Hello, everybody out there. Hopefully, everybody's reading us loud and clear this beautiful evening. I'd like to say hello to everybody in the chat. Of course, I want to welcome my panel guests here. I have EB Joe, Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind, and of course, American Pride Ohio. That's the voice you always hear in the background with me everywhere I go. And tonight is all about the story of AZ Jeep Girl. And to everybody's delight, we'd like to welcome her to the show. Hello, AZ Jeep Girl. How are you doing this fine, wonderful day?
I am wonderful. Hi, everybody.
I've been hearing that Chille's been giving you a hard time, and between him and some of his, as Crypto Crackhead calls them, Chillidiots, apparently they're trying to give you a hard time, are they not?
A little bit.
You want to tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, sure will. So I'm really not sure exactly how or why I ended up in his sites. I've never harassed him on his page. He claims to have hundreds of pages of my comments. I've not even commented that many times on his page. And typically, if I go on there, it's to basically tell him that he's gotten something wrong. And by wrong, I mean misinterpreting something, the trifold, trying to argue case law with the police on the side of the road. So then a few days ago, someone told him I was a lawyer. And that's all she wrote. That's all he had to hear. And he switched from Merb over to me.
So
Don't know if it's because I'm a woman.
Well, of course it is. He doesn't really bully us too much because we're men. He absolutely will bully every woman that he comes across, and I think his past and all of his videos will prove that to anybody that actually watches. So he switched from Merb and jumped over to you, and now he wants you disbarred. Is that correct?
He does. I wish him the best of luck. Hurting somebody's feelings on the internet, I don't think is an offense that arises to that level.
No, of course
not. But he somehow in his chat the other day, they doxed my dog rescue. And when they did that, just knowing how his little minions are, I had to remove my rescue page from Facebook.
And did you tell me that someone was trying to log in as well? Yep, they were trying to break into your Facebook page?
Yep, that was that night. So I unpublished the page because I did not, in rescue, a very, very big majority of it is reputation. And I have a very good reputation in the rescue community. And I did not need his people going in and leaving hundreds of negative reviews on my page. So I hid the page. And that night, in the middle of the night, for the first time ever, someone tried to log in unauthorized to the rescue page. And of course, we got an email. My business partner and I, in the rescue, we got an email. And of course, reported it. This was not us. Immediately locked it down even harder. And then I deactivated my personal page as well. And I think that's what's so frustrating in all of it. I certainly don't count it as a win for Chille. But the fact that he is trying to take away my ability to help animals in my community is troubling. And it says a lot about him and who he is.
So basically, you're running an animal rescue, and he wants to talk about what kind of a dirt human you are for doing such a thing?
Yes. Yes.
Does that make any sense to anyone else out there? It doesn't to me. It probably does in Chille's mind, because I know once he got back to California, I heard him say that it's the only place he felt comfortable, because you can have two conflicting ideas in your mind at the same time, and it's okay. It's okay to not know which way's up. So
Yeah.
that sounds about all Chille like for sure.
What is his problem with strong, successful women? He doesn't like that. Does he see competition for penis, or what is? I don't get it. I don't know what his problem is. You know, so there's other people I've said way nastier shit to him than I've ever seen Arizona girls, Jeepgirl say to him. But he blocks me right away. He's scared to death of me. And I really haven't figured out why. Maybe it's because I have that evidence of him sending unsolicited pornographic material through text messages to me. I'm going to be doing a show about that here. In contrast to his thing he did today, griping about people sending him texts and shit, bothering him. Well, I got his cookies going there. So fuck him.
Yeah, I mean, he's even gone so far as to, you know, he said in a video a few days ago that he thinks about this day and night. That's obsessive. It's unhealthy. It's weird. Like, dude, you need some help, buddy. And he actually put on his community page and posted a link to my rescue, saying that I had threatened to go down and go after his mother, who does live here in Arizona. I know what town she lives in. She's over 100 miles away from me. Occasionally with the rescue, I do get into that part of the world. And I had made a comment at some point that, man, if I ever do get, you know, into that town, or, you know, I close, I'd really love to go and talk to the next door neighbor, the older gentleman that Chille got into it with on his video. Said nothing about his mom. And of course, he twisted it, put it into his community page, put a link to my Facebook group for the rescue, and said, well, how would any of you feel if she was coming after your family or your mother? Wait a minute. I never said, I don't want to talk to his mother.
Dude,
she might be like him.
I just figured this out. He doesn't want you, because I remember hearing some scuttlebutt about somebody, and they might have mentioned you, was gonna go and talk to that Dan character, the guy next door that he was gonna beat up, right? Okay, that hit a hot button, because he don't want anybody talking to Dan. It ain't about his mother. He don't want anybody talking to that neighbor. He don't want anybody talking to anybody around in that neighborhood that would know what a fucking fruitcake he is. That's why he got pissed off. It ain't about his mother. And he was going after you because you're close enough to be able to do it.
Right.
And that angered him.
I'm in the same state.
Because if it gets out, it's already bad enough people picking on him and teasing him about going to fight an old man and shit and have him put in jail, even though you hate jails and torture cuffs, all that shit, right? You're getting enough of that shit. But if somebody were to go there and talk to Dan, if you watched during that video where he was going to fight with him, Dan said, everybody around here is afraid of you. What does that mean? What does that mean? I would love to talk to some of his neighbors. Absolutely.
Right.
I guarantee you they could tell us some interesting stories.
But, oh, no kidding. Yeah, my curiosity. Oh, go ahead.
I said, like, stories about how Chille would wet his bed till he was 30.
Probably still does. I don't see too many people willing to sleep with him, honestly.
Ugh, gross.
That's what my mom said when my wife, when they said that thing about the him being a stripper, you know, or something off the strip. Yeah, that's what my wife did. She went, "Oh, that's so gross."
Oh, gross.
Hey, AZ Jeepgirl, can you see that comment on the screen? It's Crypto Crackhead. He says, I'm 300 miles away. Either I will go and interview the neighbor, or maybe AZ Jeepgirl and I can go.
Hey, that's a great idea.
Hey, I'd love it.
I,
I'd
I,
love it.
I
Yeah,
want to
I
let
mean,
everybody. I'm
my
sorry. Go
whole
ahead.
point. Well, I was just going to say my whole point in that was I wanted to go and talk to him and find out what led up to that interaction.
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
that's not a normal interaction if they had never had a conversation before. Like there's a back history to that encounter.
I agree. There's definitely got to be a backstory to that.
And I
And
was just, I was curious. And so I did say to somebody in a chat, I would love to go down. And then someone who had some additional information was kind enough to send me an address of Dan.
I want to
Um,
give a big shout out to Crypto. It was him who had informed me of all the things that were going on with Chille, talking about you and the things that were, because I really didn't know. I just knew he had mentioned your name a lot. So I want to give a big shout out to him for getting me on this and allowing me to know what was going on so that I could have you here and tell your story tonight.
yeah, thanks, Crypto. Greatly appreciated.
For anybody that doesn't know out there, Crypto Crackhead in the chat out there, he's a pretty good guy. So give him a big hello.
hell yeah, hell yeah. I talked to him last night too. I was like, well, let's see if we can reach out to some people. I don't know, what can we do on that? I said, what would really piss him off would be to do a massive fundraiser to raise money for the animal rescue and put up a different page. Maybe, I don't know, but that would really tweak his frog, and it would help out a lot of poor little unfortunate animals. I'm a big softy when it comes to that. I got five dogs in here.
Oh, that's awesome.
We got barely enough room for me and my wife with the five. We got 3 German Shepherds, a pit bull that's mixed with a red tick hound, and a Jack Shee, which so it's kind of a mismatched little pair there. But the Jack Shee and the pit bull, or the puppy German Shepherd, are best friends. It's funny as hell.
Sovereign, I also have 5 dogs. I have one I just rescued from the pound the day after my birthday, and she's about 12 weeks old now. I have only one that I have purchased, but she was from a breeder who was recommended by the vet. So, and the vet knows me very well. Yeah, I have 5 rescues. 4 rescues. One was a puppy mill mom that was just bred over and over again, and my sister also is into the dog rescue business. We have a Facebook page as well, and actually, Arizona Girl, if I could get, it's AZ Jeepgirl, Arizona Jeepgirl. If I could get a hold of your information, if you could give it to Ironton Auditor and he'll give it to me, we can connect you up with them, and then go cross country with this, because she does a lot this side of the Mississippi for sure.
Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you.
You are more than welcome.
That was one of the timing was bad. That was one of the the frustrations was we had a litter of puppies. We had 7, and the litter came down with parvo. And we did lose 2 of the puppies. Another 2 that got it survived. In fact, the picture that is on my thumbnail here is one of the surviving parvo puppies that I have at my house right now. And the vet bills are outrageous for parvo. And we did have a GoFundMe up on the rescue page, and I had paid to boost the post and everything, and it's now gone, and I have no way to get that GoFundMe out there. Johnny O from the Plot Hole and Susie Y both shared it in Johnny O's Discord channel earlier, which was awesome. But yeah, I mean, that's where it's frustrating, is it shuts down my ability to try to raise funds to keep the rescue afloat.
It's really hard when you have to come out of pocket when it doesn't have enough money to pay for itself. I don't think people realize how expensive it can actually get. As Darlene said, she said, "Oh, my dog caught parvo, a free dog, but $5,000 later."
Yep.
And that's about how it works. If you go to a vet, you're looking at it like a $1,500 deposit just to get them to start treating that pup. And most pups,
Right.
honestly, don't make it through parvo. Most of them just don't. It's a lot of money spent.
Right.
Well, I'll
Yeah,
tell you what,
it's
these fuckers are going to keep trying to play their little computer games till somebody just goes ahead and does a low tech solution on that. You know what I mean? This is just getting out of fucking control with these people. That fucking Moose that used to be a cop there in Ironton, she come on there earlier and made some kind of a video going to read off my criminal record. I sat here and laughed. I've already talked about my criminal record on here. About 90% of what she had on there was fucking wrong. Wasn't even nothing to do with me at all. Like she had some kind of thing where I got arrested in Flagstaff, Arizona. I'd never been in trouble in Flagstaff, Arizona in my fucking life. Said I had a speeding ticket of doing 80 and a 60 someplace. I've never had a speeding ticket my entire life. I've had DUI tickets, but I never, that's the only traffic tickets I've ever had.
Yeah.
Ever in my life are DUIs. So when I do it right, you see.
Right. Go big or go home, right?
That's right, man. I ain't got time for all this working your way up to it. We're going to go for the seat, you know? But you know, that's, and then the other one is one that I've talked about on my channel too, was a gun charge here in Virginia. And, she goes, and that went to superior color. Yeah, it did. And I defended myself and I fucking won. There you go. She said, oh, and he's a felon too. Yes, that's true. I was charged with a third offense drunk driving, which is a felony in Michigan. And when you have a nondescript felony in the state of Michigan, 3 years after your sentence is done and all your probation and fines and all that shit is paid up, your rights are automatically restored. So,
right.
There you go.
Yep. Well,
but they don't verify nothing. They don't verify anything. They just get some shit. And I proved that when we trolled him with Terry getting arrested. He didn't bother to verify none of that shit. And it was, I knew that he'd go on with it in less than an hour, and I'll be goddamn if he didn't. Start gloating about it, and we made him look like a complete ass once again.
Yep. And then he did get called out for that on because he's been known to post things about don't be happy about someone else's misfortune. He literally had something like that up on his community page. And everybody called him out and said, oh, you mean like you did when you thought Terry got arrested?
Right.
Just know that we didn't make him look like an ass. All we did was give him enough rope to hang himself, and he looks like an ass because he's an ass. That's the reason he looks like an ass. You know, all we did was give him the rope to wrap around his own neck and hang himself, and he proved that for us. So I think it's very funny that he is trying to file lawsuits because he says that his character has been defamed. And right here, right now, we have a lady who is actually experiencing the defamation of Jose de Castro, literally causing a big problem in her own life. This is actual defamation, and you may have a federal tort lawsuit here, AZ Jeepgirl.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely harassment. And I never used to watch his videos ever. I would see his videos on somebody else's channel and then maybe go back and make a comment and go, well, that was really dumb what you said, or, you know, this or that. And I'll tell you, I had never, how I found him, or when I first became aware of him, I didn't find him, but when I first became aware of him was when he was in Ironton and he was trying to get that woman to sign the power of attorney. And because in my job, I deal with a lot of power of attorneys, I write power of attorneys. And I was absolutely furious that this woman had no idea what power she was giving. Now, there are what are called specific power of attorneys or POAs that are specific to one transaction. Chille would never in a million years know how to write a specific power of attorney. Never. And so he was preparing probably one that he got at like an Office Depot or Office Max, one of those you can actually go and get a fill in the blank power of attorney, but it is a general power of attorney, which means he could go down to her bank. He could go deed her house over to himself, her cars over to himself. Like, I was frightened that he really thought that he had that much power and that she was willing to go along with it. That's literally when he came on to my radar. And I started paying attention, and then it kind of grew through everybody else's channels. And then I went back and watched his video, a couple of his videos where he gets pulled over, one of them right here in Tempe, Arizona, where he's shouting case law at the police officers. Does he not understand that police officers do not enforce case law? They enforce statutes.
No, he doesn't understand. He thinks that he's going to change laws in this country by trying to overturn Supreme Court case law. He honestly believes that's going to work.
Yeah. He has no idea what it takes to overturn a Supreme Court ruling, and it certainly isn't done through YouTube.
Well, no, if you're gonna, you want to overturn Terry v. Ohio. Okay. So you have to move on beyond just having a fucking shirt that says that,
right?
I mean, something actionable, perhaps, just, maybe petitions. Start with some fucking petitions, for crying out loud. Has he done that? No, he's too busy reading his chat, getting his ADD on, and just going,
while he's driving.
Butterfly, squirrel. Jumping pigs. Oh, I'm a moron. What the fuck? This guy, they should have drowned him when he was a pup. That's for real.
Right.
Well, right there. That comment says it. Justin M says our little beta doesn't understand much. So there you go. That about sums it up right there.
No.
And then he said in a recent video that he was creating case law. What?
Yeah, he's going to create case law, all right. He's going to create a YouTuber getting taken down because he's a moron. He's causing problems of defaming people and claiming that while they're telling the truth about him, that they're defaming him. Mm-hmm. All the while, he's the one committing the actual actions, and we have the proof here tonight against AZ Jeepgirl.
Yeah.
Yep. And that's just all because his little feelings got hurt in his little sickazoid cult members. Now, these people, I swear to God, I think they should have to have a background check before they purchase safety scissors, to tell you the truth. I never saw a bigger group of window lickers with wrenches in a chat in my entire fucking life. It's insane. It's insane. It's like, hey, Corky, what flavor is your window? Oh, my God, man.
There you go. Crypto Crackhead says, how about all of us, all the like-minded YouTubers, all the good ones promoting the animal rescue? I think that's a great idea.
That's what I'm talking about. Give us that information and stuff. I'm assuming you're going to set up a new page, or what are you going to do to rectify?
I'm not going to set up a new page. We have well over 6,000 followers on our Facebook page. I'm not willing to give that up and start over. That's taken a few years. It's an unpublished page at this point, but I saw somebody else suggest that maybe I do something on YouTube, and I might do that.
I'd promote that.
Well, just so everybody knows, Susie Y keeps putting your GoFundMe web address out there. So if you want to make sure that you give to that pet rescue, please go to that and make sure that you donate what you can.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because people will be like, oh my gosh, you're a rescue and you're charging $350 adoption fee or, whatever, but we have to pay for all the vetting. We pay for spay and neuter. A lot of times when we get a litter in, we neuter the mother we always spay the mother, but if it's hard to explain, but like the mom that gave birth to the litter that we just had that got parvo, she was technically a puppy. She was only 8.5 months old when she got pregnant by her dad. So, you know, we're spaying the mom, but we're also going to go back and neuter the dad and her mom so that there are no more oops litters. All of that costs money. And I think since around May of this year, I'm personally out of pocket into the rescue right around $7,000. So, and I've been very fortunate that I've been able to do that, but there comes a time where it's like, I can't do this anymore.
Maybe we ought to fill up your YouTube channel full of videos about your rescue, some of the animals, some of the things that you do, the employees, cool, maybe something like that. We'll get you promoted. How about that?
Yeah, no,
if it's something you want to put the work into.
I would promote it in a heartbeat.
I mean,
so would I.
Yeah, I think that's what's frustrating. It's like, if he wants to come after me, I'm a big girl. And I'm also, just in case any of his little minions in here, I'm also heavily armed. And I'm well versed in how to use them.
Tell me that doesn't sound sexy, Sovereign Soul. Tell me that doesn't sound like a sexy woman right there. One that has
I like that. I like that. That's just like my wife. It's just like my wife. She's got that same qualities about her. Go ahead, bring it.
Yeah,
hey, looky there. I mean, we got bits and pieces out there. He says, AZ, whatever you need, I'll support you. These guys are amazing, and we will fight for you. If you need anything, I'll do my best to help. I will post your married man. I will post your GoFundMe and pages on my community pages. And congratulations to the two of them. I hope they're having a great time. It should be the honeymoon. You guys go make some memories. You'll want those later, I promise.
Okay, PG now. PG.
Well, that's why I told him to go make memories. That's why I left memories. Hopefully he's got some sexy underwear for her.
Oh, poor Mrs. Bits. We're gonna have
yeah, you gotta love it. I tell you what, I met them. They are two really great kids. They really are.
Yeah, man. Yeah, they're awesome. They're awesome.
Yeah, everything I've seen on his page, he's fantastic, and they are the cutest couple.
Genuine. He's very genuine.
Yes, very genuine. Yeah, watching them in the lives when you guys were in Kentucky at the fight that Chille ran away from.
Yeah.
Did anybody else notice how quickly he could run away from the guy? I think the guy on the street in the white cap actually flashed a gun at him.
Yeah,
and that's when Chille said, I want to go home. And then he said, I'm going dark. And he literally sprinted to his car.
When he said, I'm going dark, I mean, he just dropped a brownie in his drawers, man. He saw that gun. I'm going dark.
Yeah. And how are everybody in his community, whatever, the people that I swear a couple of them need to share oxygen tanks while they're on streams together. But how did none of them make that connection? Like, hey, I thought your knee was bad. Why? How can you run to your car so fast?
Yep.
Or squat down to take pictures and video of the police car, like he had no issue at all.
Yeah.
So, bits and pieces, the question came up, were you married by Rico Suave? Because I know that he is your pastor. And yes, he is your pastor.
Hey, guys, I want to welcome Educator to the panel. How you doing tonight, sir?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, Educator.
How's everybody doing?
Hi, what's going on, bro?
Oh, you know.
We wanted to get AZ Jeepgirl up here and let her tell her story, since Chille is doing exactly what he's claiming everybody else is doing to him. He's actually causing problems in her life by defamation. So I want everybody to understand what a hypocritical bastard this guy really is. I want everybody to know.
He's a wormy piece of shit, that's for sure. He definitely is a wormy little piece of shit. I tell you what, it's getting to the point where I can't even look at his face on the TV, and I pull him up on the video. It's like it's getting harder and harder all the time, because it's like, man, I just want to smash that fucking moon pie face of his so bad. I really do.
Hey, there you go. Roseanne Massman says that there are 6 donations to the rescue in the last 10 minutes. Let's flood it with donations tonight. So it looks
Oh
like you're
my
getting
gosh,
some
you
there,
guys are
AZ.
amazing. Thank you.
Now,
Thank you. Thank you.
I was going to ask you, now what did they actually like hack into it and made it so you can't get into it, or did they just flood
They
it
tried.
with bad comments, or
They
both?
tried.
Ah,
Yeah,
I wonder
that
if
they
that's
tried. But
team.
because it was an unrecognized device, Facebook was smart enough to email. They actually emailed a security code, and who it said the name was Hope. We don't have anybody in the rescue by the name of Hope, but they actually emailed to the rescue email a security code and said, "Here's your code so that you can log in." And then, because they didn't enter the code, another email came through that said your login was unsuccessful. If this was not you, please click here to notify us. So of course we clicked and let them know and went in and then changed the password and, locked it down even more.
Well, I still think my original belief in the chat was I think he's more concerned and he's intimidated by you that you might rescue his dog and the way he treats a dog.
Do you know what's funny about that? I actually did message him after he first got the dog and was traveling across the country. I said, "Hey, if you come through Arizona," and this was back the beginning of August or maybe in July when he first got the dog, and offered to take the dog into the rescue. But he doesn't remember that.
Oh, I'm certain.
Well, I'll tell you what. I think I've got it. I think that makes the most sense to me. Is it wasn't just the fact that you had said something that hurt his feelings any more than what anybody else has said. He was deathly afraid that you were going to go talk to Dan, the neighbor, and find out the whole skinny on this little turd. That's exactly what and what's worse is he was even more worried about there being video interview about it.
Right.
Yeah, that's what set him off. I figured this shit out now. Yeah.
Well, because the first time he brought me up, he said, "I think she's a cop or something." And
Unclean Hands is saying you're up to $525 now, AZ.
oh my gosh, that's amazing, you guys. Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you. Hi, Unclean Hands.
Awesome.
So you see, I really do. Well, we really do. This community, we have the best subscribers in the world.
Gosh.
There are no better people than the people who watch our channels. We have the most awesome people ever.
Amen.
They are awesome, and I love each and every one of them.
Yeah, I cannot tell you. It's irritating to keep hearing him say my name. It's irritating.
Welcome to my world.
Right? Oh yeah, no kidding.
I can't get him to say my name. He won't say it. Even after we trolled the shit out of him, man, the other night, he still only mentioned Ironton Auditor. He didn't say shit about me.
Yeah. Well, he has no choice but to say my name. That's it, bitch. Say my name, you little Chillita bitch. Say my name.
Well, after all, he bestow it upon you with all your patents of nobility and titles and lands, which have been stripped of you, by the way, Ironton Auditor.
And if ever he manages to reach a quarter of the man I am, he might actually garner some respect.
You're an expatriate now.
You have to use the term man lightly because he's got to achieve man at all first.
Right. Oh, no kidding. Oh, good God.
So yeah, he's not exactly a person of integrity in my experience.
Not even the kind of guy you would find at the bottom of the barrel. You'd have to move the barrel and scrape his ass off the bottom of it.
Right. Educator, I don't know if you remember this because this was a few months ago. I had actually commented in a live stream that you were doing that I was Chille's worst nightmare. Because I am former law enforcement. I worked as an officer as I went to law school.
I do remember that. Wow, that's so weird because that's been a while back. Yeah.
Oh, that was a way while back. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I certainly remember that actually.
And I was like, I was almost daring him at that point. Come after me, buddy. And now he has. And I'm not scared. I'm pissed because of the rescue. If it wasn't for the rescue and them doxing the rescue and then trying to log into it and everything, to where reputation wise, I had to shut down the page, and it shut down the rescue. But the other rescues around me, I have told them what's going on. And so if I need to post dogs, if I need to advertise, they'll post available dogs for me.
Right.
So it's a pretty tight knit community. Sometimes there's drama between rescues, but I have other ways to at least post dogs that I have available. But I can't ask other rescue pages to post a fundraiser for a different rescue. You know what I mean? Or get messages out to my adopters and my followers and things like that. So, and he literally said in his stream the other night, yeah, she owns a dog rescue. She's an absolutely horrible person. That was literally the next sentence after she owns a rescue.
Those two sentences together don't really make any sense. Look how great this woman is. She runs an animal rescue. Fuck her. She's a terrible person. That makes no sense whatsoever.
Terry,
Right.
how quickly you forget.
While I've got a second, EB Joe, check your messages on Messenger, please.
Terry, how quickly you forget. You were the terrible, dirty bitch for coming over here and helping me fix my truck too.
Right.
Sucker.
Hey, I'll tell you what. Not only did I help you do that, I got fake arrested by a sheriff of another state and county, and I've actually went and thrown lead at ranges with cops. I bet that pisses Chille off. How you like that, Chille? How you like that? I've not only walked up in amongst them with a pistol on my hip, I've actually been able to shoot rifles and all kinds of things right up in the middle. How you like that, Chille?
Just this last Sunday, in fact. This last Sunday, in fact.
Yeah,
I've got some pieces of video from that trip. I need to get them all edited together and get it out. Time is not my friend, so I haven't really had time to sit down and pull all that off my phone to get it edited together. But at some point I will, so they'll see some of the fun we had this past weekend, Sovereign.
Unclean says we're at $5.95 now.
Oh my gosh, you guys are awesome. Oh, he's streaming right now.
Oh, well, good for him. If you're streaming me, Chille, I just want to say,
hey, he's only got.
Let me do it this way. Let me do it this way. Hey, Chille, fuck you. Fuck you, pal. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck all the way off, you devious little shit.
He's only got 100 more viewers than you right now.
Don't hold back, Terry. Tell us what you really think.
Right? No
Hey, I
kidding.
tell you what, when it comes to him, I'm not a bit afraid to give my opinion. He's a worthless fucking bag of skin. There's absolutely nothing to him. He has no personality, and there ain't a single. What has he got? Like 5 people that actually give a shit what he has to say. Everybody else is there to watch the dumpster fire.
Yeah,
Prove
man.
me wrong. Prove me wrong. I dare you. Try it.
Dude, I watched when he was on it live. They're going, and then as soon as Kate or somebody went live, I watched his viewers just like go down to like 100. People just left and bailed out of there as soon as they got their notifications. It's like, well, that's how many people were fucking hate watching you.
Well,
Sure.
I told you last night when he made that little thing on me and taking shots at me and whatever, and he posts on his community and I'd commented, and I never comment on his stuff, but I commented that night, and I actually got more likes on my comment than he did on the entire post and video on his channel. I was like, wow, that's something.
Yeah, but yet he has 45,000 subscribers.
Yeah.
Well,
How many of those
apparently they're all dead. Apparently they're
Yeah.
all dead. You don't never see him comment or watch his videos any.
No, I think a lot of them are purchased allegedly. Allegedly. Because you don't have 45,000 subs and then 200 people on a live stream and more dislikes than likes. So
Right. I mean,
You know,
people are telling him what they think. I mean, it's plain obvious they're just there to watch him. He's like a
No,
train wreck in slow motion,
he is
and
watching.
everybody's just watching it happen.
That's Terry's dream.
well, and he's now how he says button, hit the like button.
It gets
And
annoying to hear him say it, don't it?
Oh my, it does. But he says that I've talked funny and said certain words wrong my entire life. Nope. Go back to a video from
That's his dream.
prior to a month ago when everybody over in these other communities started making fun of him for saying button. And he says it correctly. He says button. He knows how to say it. He's doing it on purpose.
I want everybody. I want Crypto to know I've already sent your phone number to AZ Jeepgirl, so she has it, sir.
Yes, I do.
I'll tell you what. I don't see now. I tried to stay out of the Chille saga. I was on other panels and I gave my opinion when asked, but I really tried to stay out of it. And then that idiot actually had the gall to run away like a pussy from a fight for kids with cancer. And then while he's running across the country, this asshole actually he gets on camera and says some dumb shit like, I wish bone cancer on your children. What kind of a fuck does some stuff like that? And I couldn't be silent anymore. So now, because he won't stop, I won't quit until he does. Period. End of story. We'll be on your ass, Chille, every day if we have to be. Look at how many people absolutely don't like you. We're not paid not to like you. You're just a shit, man. No one likes you.
I still have to do accounts that he thinks are real. Stay tuned.
This guy, man.
Well, his people are watching those.
Oh, his people. Oh, look, Laura Rader just said something. Damn, sovereign soul, stop rewarding Chille. You know he loves dicks more than anything else. Oh, my comment did get you. Oh, man, I threw that accidentally on his. I had his stream up over here just looking to see what he's doing. And he's still going over text messages that are like, who fucking cares, man? What are you going to do? You're going to have the judge sit there and watch this boring presentation you're doing? Or get out of here. Shut up.
I'll be reading these super chats at the end, guys. I've got them started. I'll go back and read them at the end, I promise.
Oh, not another lawsuit. No, come on, y'all.
So what is Chille on right now? Is that what's going on?
Conspiracy music. Yeah, he's been on for like 3 hours. He's showing a bunch of text messages from some guy that it's like, who gives a fuck? And basically he's upset because the guy sounded like he was trying to come on to Chille is what it sounded like to me. And I was like, wait, you're upset because somebody's wanting to, have gayness with you? And you were like texting me with all kinds of threats of homosexual rape and pornographic.
You mean to tell me that he's back on there with more fake messages?
Oh, yeah.
Because like the last time we found out that most of his text messages were 100% fake and his voicemails that he got were all fake. I'm pretty sure that Irish and Skeptic and all of them brought that out.
It pretty much just turns out that it's nothing.
He's just a fake person, isn't he?
Yes.
Inside, I mean, he just walks around like he actually lives, but he's completely useless.
Well, let's keep in mind this is the same guy that tried to paint a picture of being some type of badass that was just gonna wreck me, and the first time he told me, he's like, you don't have a chance with me. He's like, I'm trained, and I just played it off. I was like, he's like, you have no training. I said, well, I got a little bit, and he was like, okay, so you really want to do this? It's like, yeah, I really do. And it's funny because he immediately, and even after him backing out and going through all the nonsense that he has, he still won't shut up.
I know. He was talking shit there where he was going, just in his car riding. Was that yesterday or today? Who knows? And he was on here talking about, he says, that's why I put cops down. I shut them right down. I put them down. I'm known for that. And I'm like, no, you're known for running away. The brave, 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 brave Sir Chille. He bravely ran away.
He's one of the top 5 auditors on the American.
That's he is bad. He's just not a badass. He's a bad excuse for a person. I mean, he's the perfect example of what not to do. So if you're ever all out there wondering what not to do, please go watch Chille. It's the perfect example of how not to act as a man.
What the hell kind of funny money is that? There is moon money. What is that little symbol for? Oh, euros. Right. It's 10 euros.
Yeah, I'll go back and
Well,
read these off at the end. I've got them starred and saved, so we'll go back and read all the super chats here at the end.
Chille actually said in one of his live streams here recently to not send him super chats because he didn't like giving any of the money to YouTube. He
Well,
wants, don't send me super chats, send me PayPal.
Well, of course he doesn't, and there's another reason for that. Is because when they send him that $1.99 or $5, he wants to be able to say, "Well, that was $500. I got $3,000." When he like got
Right.
less than 10,
Yeah.
he wants to. I mean, he has a really bad habit of lying. I think we all know that. He's full of shit as a Christmas turkey.
Well,
he was, even when he's going on about these text messages, he's going now right here where I said that I've contacted the FBI. Of course, I was lying, but I was just playing. It's like. So you just lied to this guy a whole bunch in text message, and he's the bad guy. Fuck you.
Well, but think about the biggest thing from if he gets money from YouTube and he goes to the super chat, YouTube takes care of taxes. He's not paying taxes because he can claim it was just friend owing him money and paying him back on PayPal. That's the difference.
Well, God knows he claims all kinds of stuff. I'm pretty sure that even the IRS knows he's full of shit.
Well, now that is one point I got to agree with him on that. I have to applaud anybody that can get by without giving the government taxes. I as a friend of mine, I like that. I don't see them as a criminal at all. I see them as someone who is wily enough to escape theft.
Oh, so you're telling me that the money that I go and work and I make isn't all mine, Sovereign?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't realize that.
It came from us anyway.
Oh yeah, I didn't realize that every single week that I could cash my check and I realize how much
you're welcome
took from me.
You're welcome.
No.
Yeah, Educator, we all pay your salary. Come on.
Yeah. Right? Yeah, that's right. Hey, don't you forget you're a public servant. Don't you forget you're a slave to us. You do what we tell you when we tell you.
Hey,
My
wait
bad.
a minute. I made Educator banana bread, so
I'm going to take my cruiser.
Was it good?
I'm going to take my cruiser up to the 7-Eleven and get hot dogs, man.
Right? Why not? And you might as well fly lights and sirens too. Hell, it's the people's car, ain't it?
Oh, hell yeah, man. You got to do the
Right?
lights.
Yeah.
Going too fast.
Well,
Chirp.
and EB Joe, your banana bread is now internationally famous because
I need to make
Irish Demon wants the recipe so his wife can make it.
I
Yes,
sent
it
to him.
is. It is
Yeah.
very, very good banana bread. She actually made me a loaf as well, and my mouth still waters every time I think of it.
Okay, well, you might have to send me that recipe there, EB Joe.
I will. My daughter actually, when she comes home from, when she can come home from military, literally I make her like 10, 15 loaves and she takes off with a box of it.
Oh my gosh.
I know.
That's awesome.
She cracks
Hey,
me up.
EB Joe, F.
Like
A
friendship
lawyer
bread.
wants to know where his banana bread is.
Listen, you have to send me your address for one thing. So, yeah. Educator never did tell me how it was.
Yeah, it
Now,
did.
his wife did.
You know, even Joe, this is how that Dave guy started out with that bread. You know that bread they got that's got all the yard waste on top of it? And they play rock and roll for it. Yeah, that's how he got started, was making
I
bread for
can't keep it.
people.
Like, I can't keep the bread in the house. As soon as I make it, it's gone.
And
And I'm buying like 15, 20 bananas at a time.
So I think we might be able to outsource this to the Philippines.
Oh my!
Think we can get a sweatshop going on to make EB Joe's
Oh,
homemade
my.
banana bread?
And I want nothing but little kids working and suffering. That's how I am. I want to sit back at a desk with a big fat cigar and laugh at how cruel I am to everybody. That's what I want to do.
The
That
last time
sounds
I
like something
made it,
Chille wants to do.
the last time I made it, my daughter's unit threatened me. If you
Oh,
have
yeah.
helicopters coming to your house, that's because they're coming to get banana bread. I'm like, okay. I'll tell IPD.
Well,
Well,
Guys,
we need
I'm going
we
to
need-
step away for just a second. I'm going to leave you all in charge here. Take it over and do what you do.
that's scary.
we
Bad
need
call.
somebody.
Bad call, Terry.
We need somebody to, kind of step in there for that little Debbie. I think she's been, slacking, and I think it has to do with, messing around with them Keebler elves. There's a whole dysfunctional thing going on there with little Debbie and the Keebler elves. And this is your time to step in with the banana bread, EB Joe.
I can't eat Little Debbie's anymore. They about make me sick. I don't know what it is, but for like the past 2-3 years, can't do it.
That's what I
Good thing.
found
It's
out,
probably
man.
a
I
good
used to
thing.
love the nutty bars,
Yes.
and
Yes.
now I don't like them, but the Food Lion brand ones are better,
Yeah.
Huh. Okay.
and so I get those, and plus they're cheaper anyways. But they just seem like they're greasy. You can put them in the refrigerator and they feel like they're greasy or something.
Yeah,
Probably some
something's
shit
not
in there
right
to
with
kill
it.
us. Put something in there to kill us or track us or something. You fucking penguins.
Lifetime.
God.
Fucking penguins.
What's he talking
I didn't know the penguins work for Little Debbie.
about?
I
I'll
didn't
bet you-
either.
I'll bet you she don't pay him very well either. Oh my.
You know what? Nope, wasn't me. You're right. Chille was gaining momentum when he went to Ironton, and he made more in a week than most people made in 2 or 3 months in this
Well,
town.
unfortunately for him, transparency, the thing that he talked about, he doesn't realize how transparent he is and how easy it is for all of us toothless, dumb people to see through him.
Which he's toothless too. So how's that make any difference? It's like, okay, you're toothless too, idiot. Do you not see
Yeah,
it?
calling the kettle black on calling anyone toothless.
I mean, for
What
real.
did you see that? He wasn't here for like 2 days when he's like, most of these people don't have any teeth and they're not very smart. And it's like, who the hell you been talking to, dumbass? Who have you been talking to?
At the same time, though, here's what bothered me. At the same time, he came to this town. He was yelling at the cops. Don't know what they did. I'm sitting here watching this as a citizen. But then the people that he started interviewing that I know, that I've known for generations from this town, he made fun of them as he was interviewing them or right before he was. And then he was yelling at people because they didn't speak right or say exactly what he wanted. And he was yelling at him and snapping his fingers and trying to get all this stuff. And I'm like, I know these people. I've known them for years. I know their parents. I know them. I know their children. How dare you come and make fun of them, but yet make money off of their stories? And he did.
Right.
That's exactly what he did. He made money off their pain.
Salty Meat Hook is asking, how many teeth have to be missing before you are toothless? I would assume it would be all of them, but I will tell you that if you get 32 rednecks all in the same room, what you do have now is a full set of teeth.
True. That is true.
We got a tooth. Well, that's where toothbrush came in, right? From here, not teeth brush.
Right, exactly. If it had been done by anybody else, it would have been called a teeth brush, obviously.
Appalachian. You in Appalachian country here. People are like, oh, look at them mountains. What mountains? Those are hills, honey. Let's go to mountains.
So if
Well,
I have all my
Jeepgirl,
teeth, but I consider myself I am a total redneck and kind of a country hillbilly. Moved to Arizona from Montana. But if I have all my teeth, does that disqualify me?
yes, we're going to have to remove at least one.
Well,
I mean, you can't, you're
No, I-
see now. I'll tell you what, my neck's red. When you turn the light out, it's like you never turned it out, and it's only because I have less teeth than the average person. That's what makes it shine so bright.
Terry, there is actually a testing process. You can actually have that removed by the board of directors. You just have to make sure that you say things like reckon and y'all, and to answer a few questions, and then you still qualify.
Oh,
Yeah.
is that how you get in? I didn't know there was a back door. Sorry about
If
that, AZ
you don't
Jeep
do
girl.
it-
I guess even if you have all your teeth, you can still qualify as a redneck.
That's how I got in.
It's a less stringent naturalization process. We'll accept you. We absolutely.
The funny thing is, when I met Irish Demon, you know what I found out about Irish Demon? He is an Irish hillbilly. He is an Irish
Yeah.
redneck.
He
That's what I
really
love
is.
about him, and that's the reason we all got along so well. He is an awesome guy, just a country boy from Ireland. So, if there's such a thing as a redneck in Ireland, I assume he would be it, the crown prince
He's very
himself.
down to earth.
I'll tell you, yeah, when he came there, he'd bought hook, line, and sinker, the typical LA leftist idea of what people in that area of the country are like. He really took that stereotype to heart, and it didn't work out well for him. It did not work out well. He really underestimated people. He really did, based on his own shallow view of everything. He has a very, very shallow outlook, very inward outlook on everything in the world. And that's his biggest problem.
You don't
Yeah, well, it
suppose
got
his
him a
eyes are
warrant.
mounted. You don't suppose his eyes are mounted backwards, do you? Maybe that's why he's always looking in.
I want to know what the fuck is up with the big boy haircut, man. That's just
That faux hawk.
fucking Jimmy Neutron or some shit, man. What
I
the
haven't seen a faux hawk since 2008.
Yeah, you look like Jimmy Neutron, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, it needs to go. I
a
love
50-year-old
Michael.
man. A 50-year-old man with a haircut
Of a
that
30-year-old.
he might have sported it in high school, and he just thinks it's still a good look.
That's where he topped out. He topped out there. That was it.
My daughter's class was the one who was wearing the faux hawk, and in 2008, she was 6th grade. So 6th, 7th, 8th grade, when they got to high school, they quit wearing it. So that's been a while. She's in her 20s.
It'd be like, I've seen girls that are still stuck in the 80s and still poofing their hair off.
Hey now,
Hey,
you leave me alone.
Use a half a can or more of Aquanet and shit. Hey, we liked it back then, but
Aquanet was the bomb. I'm telling you.
But when you're sporting a hairdo like that and you're 50, just ain't working out real good. You look. It's kind of like when I was in the 80s. I'd see we had a secretary in the office in high school, and she was still stuck in the 60s. Had one of the beehive hairdos and everything, man. It was like, hey, Mary Tyler Moore called and wants her phone back.
Hey, Crypto, know that I'm going to be working on that. I'm going to try to get the entire community involved in this. I just haven't had time to reach out to them yet, but I will do that once we're done with this, for sure. I'm going to try to get everybody that will be involved to make sure that they get AZ Jeepgirl's story out there, and we get that rescue as many donations as we can get it.
You guys are
Chille's
awesome. Thank you.
Is a registered weapon. Chille's hair spike is a registered weapon. He's got so much gel in that shit. He can just kind of like bend down and ram somebody, and they're done. They don't know that about him.
Well,
He kind of looks like a little kid in school that they held upside down and gave a swirly to. Maybe that's how he has his haircut that way.
I've said all along, there is no doubt he's a lunch money victim. There's no doubt in my mind.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
There's no doubt that little fucker was literally brutalized in school. I would bet my paycheck on it.
Well, I think that's why he's going after us now. He's trying to make up for his high school years.
Probably.
Oh, so. I absolutely agree.
Arizona Jeep Girl. Terry, highlight Jeebus Crisp's comment there. It's from Sarah. And she's wanting please get my contact info or email me. So I don't know if you have that or.
Oh, okay. I'll have to go back on the page and find it. But Sarah, I'll find, if your email is on your page, I'll find it and I'll email you and get you my contact info.
Hey, Susie Y, if you want to send me a message, the quickest, easiest way is irontonauditor@gmail.com. If you send me a message there, I'll get you my phone number and we can talk if you like.
Hey, Terry, real fast. I'm going to have to jump off here. This is kind of our family night. We're going to hang out a little bit together. But I really do appreciate you guys allowing me to come up here and hang out for a little bit. I did put up a couple of quick short videos today. It was a real educational day for me today. I got my big fat butt off the couch again and worked out a little bit a couple of times, got some run in and everything. So I had a good day. So now I'm going to hang out with my family. So, but AZ, if you want to email me at Educator@Yahoo, I would be happy to help any way I can on my channel and do everything that we can.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Hey, how's your knee feeling?
I know it's probably jacked up in there pretty good, but I'm kind of avoiding it. So
you know what? Surgery's not that bad, buddy. It's not.
Honestly, it was the best surgery I ever had. I felt so much pain relief after I come out.
How was Braden?
He's actually, he just got up off the couch. He's on crutches, but he's moving around a little bit. So
yeah, that broke my heart.
Tell him I heard the story, and it sounds like that boy is tough as a pine knot.
God, he's tough. He is tough. He's such a good kid too. So, but anyway, guys, I appreciate you guys. If anybody needs anything from me, feel free to contact me. I'll help any way I can. And we will catch you guys next time. I appreciate you guys having me.
Hey, thank you, Educator. You know you're always
Ed.
welcome here.
All right, good night, guys.
See you guys.
All righty, there goes the infamous Educator, becoming more famous as each day goes by. What a guy he really is, and I'm glad that we have someone like him in the Ironton Police Department.
Yeah, he's awesome. He's absolutely amazing.
Oh yeah, don't forget to go and vote for the Grifties on Chille. You want to go on there?
Oh my gosh. Last time I checked, he was literally in last place. I have no idea how that happened.
He can't even
Well,
win that. Jesus.
Yeah, I mean,
How
he's
do you
not
go
even a
from
good
first to last?
he's not even a good example of a bad grifter. I mean, he sucks that kind of bad. Like there's no way he should win that. There's absolutely no way he should ever win anything.
He probably spent 6 whole days making everybody else better. That way that he could lose it.
Right?
That's why he doesn't sleep.
You know what? I watched the video of the Grifties from last year, and they do massive promotions for like whoever wins the Grifties. And all I could think was, oh my gosh, they're going to highlight his channel. They're going to play videos of him. They're going to play. I mean, they might be weird highlights. Like he's going to look batshit crazy to the normal people in the world, but it's going to highlight and promote his channel, and he's going to get a huge bump in subscribers.
Well, you better go down. He has all these subscribers. Go do it.
Right.
Most of his subscribers were bought. They're bots. They're not.
I agree.
There is no way on hell or earth that 48,500 people are what. I mean, let's just take a quick look at his view count as compared to a subscriber count.
Right.
And you never see it even go above 1%.
No.
It's a good indication of it. So he actually believes he really has all those people. The majority of the people that are actually watching him, and I saw that when Kate went live the other night, they're watching him because he's a train wreck. And as soon as she went live, he dropped down to like 100 people in his chat. Or in his watching his viewing his stuff. That thing you said about him being sane by comparison to the world, I mean, that's saying something too, because the world is really quite fucking insane, you know? So if somebody's considered outlandish compared to what we got going on in the world, man, that's pretty bad. That you got to be pretty bad. They've set the bar really low for insanity. They really have. Hey,
Sovereign, I just forwarded an email to you. It's not something to read out, but check it out. It's just for you, sir.
All right. I'm going there now.
Nothing. So yeah, it's absolutely amazing the destruction that this Chille guy has caused, and it's funny because he's run all over the country, grifting money, using other people's problems and names, getting them in more trouble than they would have been had he not shown up, taking all the money and running. You know what kind of, how does that sum up? What do you all think about an asshole that pulls that stuff?
I think it's sick because those people suffer, and you should not profit off somebody else's pain.
Ryan Youngblood, my email is irontonauditor@gmail.com. You'll also find that on the about page of my my channel. You'll find it at the bottom of the about page. So if anybody needs it, that's where you'll find it.
Well, and here's the thing. He's now gone after sick kids. He's wished bone cancer on children. And he goes from attacking sick children to attacking an animal rescue that is only there to help sick and injured animals.
Yep.
Right.
And
he preys on the weak.
Right. That's what I was going to say, is two of the most vulnerable groups. And you add Dan, his mother's next door neighbor, to the mix. It's seniors, kids, animals, and women that he goes after.
Yeah,
and nothing more.
He's like that broad in that Michael Douglas movie that boiled the kid's rabbit.
Oh,
You know that
Fatal
fucking
Attraction.
Fatal Attraction. Yeah,
oh my gosh.
Hey
He's
guys,
just-
I need to say something to Life Giant out there. That was an accident that he got timed out. Della timed him out, and it was a total accident. So please forgive us, sir. That wasn't meant to happen.
yeah. I was wondering what he was angry about. He said something, and he was going to quit YouTube or something. I was like, "What's the problem?" I didn't see
All right, I
anything.
accidentally bumped Sovereign out of the chat a minute ago, out off the panel, and had to pull him back. Sorry.
Oops. Well,
It happens,
I
man.
don't know how many of you out there watched the Daryl Brooks
Oh God.
trial. Okay, and this is my opinion only, because if I don't say it as my opinion, Chille's gonna freaking sue my ass, which no big deal because he's already trying. But I don't know about the rest of you, but I saw a lot of similarities between Chille and Daryl Brooks.
Oh yeah. Personality traits.
Oh,
Absolutely.
the yelling at the judge, the interruptions, the not letting other people speak,
The desk chair.
the telling the judge like that she didn't know what she was doing and questioning her authority. I mean, think back on Chille whenever he's been in court. When he was in court here in Arizona for his traffic stop, he called the judge a joke. He said he was going to sue the judge and get her disbarred. He thinks that disbarment is an easy thing to do, apparently, but talking over everybody, and I saw so many similarities between the Brooks trial and Chille. Mind you, just my opinion.
Well,
Not stating it as fact, but it's my opinion that if Chille were in the same situation, he would act the same way.
Don't forget about the inappropriate stripping down.
Oh, yes.
Yes,
taking his shirt off in court. Yes.
Although Daryl Brooks didn't try to take selfies of himself in his tidy whities, we all know that Chille did.
That's just because Daryl Brooks didn't have a cell phone.
Yeah, probably. I mean, you go to somebody's house and you're staying there with them, and dude comes down the steps and sees you in the middle of the damn living room in your underpants taking pictures of yourself and shit. What the hell is going on there, man?
Right.
That's what I'm saying. He's this made up character of what he purports to be. Right off the bat, when I told him when he ran from the Ironton and he sent me all that nasty shit on my phone, I'm like, holy cow, that's a real scholar there, right? That's like going to Harvard and seeing dicks painted in the books, and you're not going to see that. This guy, man, and then turn around so hypocritical. And I seen him earlier today crying about somebody in their text messages and hurting his feelings and shit, and how he's going to sue him for that because they were inappropriate with him. And I'm like, what did you do with me? How does that equate to the same thing as you do to everybody else? It's okay for you, but not for everybody else. I dare that son of a bitch to sue me. I dare him to.
Right. Yeah. His entire mentality is okay for me, but not for thee.
Yep. I don't even play in his world, man.
Exactly, as a lot of auditors claim, rules for thee and not for me, and that's exactly Chille.
Yes.
Yeah, I live in the real world. He lives in a paper world. He don't want no part of my world. I can guarantee you that. I don't play that fucking paper bullshit.
Hey guys, we must have had at least 4 Chille supporters in here. We have 4 dislikes. So there had to be at least 4 of them.
And I bet you one of them was Chille. Is he still doing? Is he still on?
Probably all 4 of them. Probably all 4 of them on different accounts, if I had to guess.
Just ended 10 seconds ago. Is that him? Yeah.
Well, and what happened to his backup channel?
Yeah, well, there you go. He just screwed himself with that.
Yeah, he did.
One in the chats.
Somebody said something.
People actually report their YouTube is investigating his channel or something.
Oh, YouTube is investigating his channel or something. And but there was something on there where it actually showed sexual penetration when he was doing that thing about David Olmos, about Team Skeptic and shit. And I, you could get a warning and go back and blur that out. You'd get that kind of thing. I think he took it down himself or had it taken down, and he wants it to look another way so that he doesn't get a spoliation charge. You see, because
he's gonna get it. He's gonna get it now. I have no doubt. Kate's got an amazing lawyer.
Hey, Sovereign, Jess Caruso is asking if you got her email, sir.
Let me see. Is there another newer one? Let me see. About that channel? Yes, I did. I'm trying to remember which one. There it is. There it is right there. CJ Scams. It was about that. Yeah. I'll get to that after I get off I'm trying not to do too much at one time, but yeah, I'll get to that email after I get done. There's one to me from CJ Scams. There's going to be some kind of a podcast.
And yes, Ryan Youngblood, I did get your email. I'll check that out as soon as we're done with this live. And while I've got the floor here, man, I'm going to go ahead and read these super chats out. We have Articudo for $50. He says, "Fuck you, Chille." And I agree 100%. Fuck you, Chille. Let me repeat that for anybody that didn't understand plain English. Fuck you, Chille. Salacious for $20 says, "It's so pleasant to be viewing real men on this screen after having to see a wannabe man over on Chilledo's channel," right? Not much of a good example of any kind of a male, let alone a man at all.
It's an alpha male.
And Alice Caffrey, yeah, an alfalfa male. There you go. Maybe that's the hair. Maybe that's where it comes from. It's a playback to alfalfa from our gang. Maybe that's it. And Alice Caffrey, and I believe that is euros. And if I'm not, if I'm mistaken, please don't hold it against me too much, because I don't know all these foreign currencies. But for 10 euros to piss off the gobshite Chilledo, right? No doubt. What a goober he truly is. Thank you, everybody, for that. I appreciate it. We sure do appreciate it.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
What?
Yeah,
Sovereign, you're killing me with that picture.
This is damn penguins, man. They got a whole army. You guys didn't know
that. At the bottom it said Risbeth.
Oh yeah, Rest Beast. Yeah, I had a different picture up there. She was really bent about that. And let me know so in a message, and so now I'm going to keep using it. So. But she did a video. They're going to tell off my criminal record, and she's got all kinds of shit that I've never done or places I've never even been. So that's kind of interesting.
Come on.
Huh?
Oh, sorry. I was talking to a puppy.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, it's like, why don't you verify some shit first? And it's like it was a secret. She thought it was funny to say my name, right? And I'm like, it's not a secret. My channel used to be my name, for a long time. And then I changed it to this. So that's not a big deal. And then all these other things she's trying to lead out there. I've talked about my quote unquote criminal record. I've talked about it openly on my channel. In fact, one of them is really an interesting topic I want to get into one night, and it involves civil asset forfeiture. And that's the Kingman, Arizona shit she's talking about. And there again, it was not what she says. So I don't know where she's getting it. I hope she didn't pay for that information. That's all I can say.
I want to say, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to say thanks to Alice for correcting me on that, making sure that I knew that was euros. Remember, I don't have all my teeth, so I'm not as smart as others. I'm just a redneck. I don't recognize all these foreign currencies.
Yeah, that's right, Lisa. I do. I dox myself. I don't give a fuck. What are you going to do? Come after me? Good luck.
That little beta bitch ain't gonna come after nobody. I mean, hell, he ain't won a lawsuit yet. He's just a chicken shit. Keyboard warrior.
He won't even say my name, Eugene. He won't even say my fucking name. So I
Thank
worry
you.
about him doing it.
And thank you, F and Lawyer. I appreciate you and everybody else out there, even the ones that don't support me and hate me. I appreciate every one of you. Thank you very much. You know, it's kind of
Well, and
funny. I'm sorry. Go right ahead.
oh, well, I was just going to say, if anybody has a big and a good case against defamation, it's Skeptic.
God, yes.
I mean, there's a very, very big legal difference between murder and manslaughter. And he doxed Team. Team has already discussed this. He was doxed 2 or 3 times previously, a few years ago. But the fact that Chille keeps calling him a murderer is completely 100% false. And I just don't think he realizes who he's going up against in Team Skeptic. I really don't. I think he's underestimating him profusely, and it's going to come back to bite him in the ass. Because Team Skeptic is not a murderer, and he keeps referring to him as a murderer.
Well, he obviously doesn't understand the definition of defamation. He thinks that defamation is when you hurt his feelings. He doesn't realize that's what he's doing to Team
Exactly.
Skeptic and doing to you. He doesn't. He's obviously not smart enough to know that.
Right. And I mean, I could push the issue and go after him. But in all honesty, I've never sued a single person in my life, and I don't intend to start now.
What?
You're not going to read that?
I'm going to put it out as my spam.
And I agree with you all out there. TTU, baby. Everybody throw that in the chat. TTU.
I'm just going to address that comment really quick. Nope, wasn't me. I'm honestly not sure if he does understand the difference. I really don't. Because that is obvious defamation. I mean, a normal person knows that there's a big difference, but Chille isn't normal. So I honestly don't know if he understands the difference between homicide, manslaughter, murder in the first, second, or third degree. I think he just lumps them all into one category, and that's frightening.
Well, he's a constitutional law scholar, so apparently he just changes the law in his own head and expects us to believe it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd love to go up against him I'd love to find him on the street and start actually questioning him about the Constitution. I'd love it. You know, when he does those on the street interviews and starts telling people that Terry v. Ohio is all about race when it's not, and he asks people questions that they can't answer, and then he gives them wrong explanations about the Constitution. Like, wow.
Hey, Jeepgirl, can you
Dude.
see that comment right there by Roseanne Massman? She says the rescue is now at 6:05, and she's also shared it on her personal Facebook page.
Oh, awesome. Thank you so much, Roseanne. I have to say, I am so thankful for this community. I'm overwhelmed, like emotionally overwhelmed with the support. I never, like, I go into chats and say hi to everybody, and that's, you know, kind of the end of it. Like, I don't typically debate people in the chat, or I'll ask questions or whatever, but I had no idea that my name was known so well in this community. And I just want to say thank you to everyone. It's beyond anything I could have ever comprehended. It really is. And I just want to say thank you to everybody from the bottom of my heart.
Hey, check that one out, Jeepgirl. It's by Mayor. It says, I just started watching this, and AZ Jeepgirl, I just want you to know that I admire you. You're a strong woman, and we need more strong women.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'm blown away by the support from this community, and the fact that Kate put out on her community page a shout out to me, and then Irish Demon shadowed that. Like, it's just, it's overwhelming. I'm a very private person, and so I'm not accustomed to being in any kind of limelight or anything like that. But it's amazing, and I cannot say thank you enough to everybody. From the bottom of my heart, it means so much.
If you were ever going to be part of a YouTube community, tell me this one isn't the absolute most wonderful community to be part of.
It absolutely is. It absolutely is. And that is
grab Michael Lutz's comment there, Terry. Sorry, Arizona.
It's verified by the support for Kate in the raising of her legal fees. I mean, unbelievable. And I have no doubt that the amount of money that she has raised, and Chille can't even get 1% of that amount, I think drives him crazy.
Is that the one you're talking about, Sovereign?
Yeah, it is. Absolutely. Yes, that's the one I was looking at right there.
Allied Forces says, Ironton, what do you think about what Chille said? And what said he is one of the best auditors in the country. Well, Chille's not an auditor.
No, he's not.
Chille is not anywhere near an auditor, and that's why the auditing community hates him worse than they hate me. Because I am an auditor. I am that's all capitals, THE. I am the auditor, and Chille is just the useless fuck. That's what Chille is. So FUC, fuck you, Chille.
Oh, real quick, I've had some people addressing some stuff about when I said about a low-tech option. Some people automatically think that involves violence of some sort or another. It doesn't. A pencil and a piece of paper are low-tech, okay? That's just an example.
You can just write a letter and put a stamp on it even.
Low-tech,
I get it.
Fucking tired of all these snowflake, namby-pamby, fucking Marxist, hurty feelings pussies. This is what happens when you raise people on Barney the fucking communist dinosaur. This is what the fuck happens. I wanted to have a thing that was called Lyle the Capitalist Lizard. And he sang songs like, I worked for it, it's mine, keep your fucking hands off it. You know, caring is sharing my ass. Stuff like that.
Well, the only thing Chille has is his feelings. He's like a middle school little girl. You know, he's very easy to hurt. He has very thin skin and a very small brain. And because of that, he allows words to hurt. Doesn't have enough sense to understand half the words that he uses. Even I don't think the man's ever even open. Oh, excuse me. I don't think the little girl's even opened a dictionary. That's what I think.
No, he can't read. He was reading something he supposedly wrote, and he was getting the fucking words wrong. And shit, and I'm like, you didn't write that, you retard.
Or if he did, he sure as hell can't read it, huh?
He couldn't read nothing long enough. His attention span isn't long enough to be able to read anything. He has to rely on audiobooks or something if he does get anything. Because he's like, yeah, it was a dark and stormy night when fucking butterflies.
Squirrel.
Stupid bastard. See, you did it to me again. Now I got to do the
Did you see Rack the Jippers comment?
It's pretty sad that this guy is now all about defaming the people that he says defame him. All they did was get on here and tell the truth about him and said, Chille, you're a useless bag of skin. Now he's filing lawsuits trying to prove that they've defamed him when he's the actual one engaged in the real, by definition, defamation.
Right.
So he don't know what the fuck he's engaged in. This guy has just lost his goddamn mind. What they need to do is just put him in a goddamn padded room with the other inmates. He can impress the shit out of them and have his little camera and go around being his little prima donna, and he ain't bothering nobody in there. See, that's what they need to do. Just put him off somewhere with the other lunatics. They used to do that shit. Now they don't do it no more. They let them just walk around the streets, and this is what you get right here. Right here. Thanks, Joe Biden, you son of a bitch.
Maybe we should pack Chille up and send him to a sanctuary city.
I think that avatar that I got up there right now is kind of really putting some of his panties in a craw, and I don't care.
You're killing me with that, man.
Oh my gosh. Well, I want to, this is a quick, change of topic, but here's how dumb Chille actually is. On his trifold, almost every case law that he quotes on his trifold is wrong and has absolutely nothing to do with it. But there's one of them, it's U.S. versus Carroll, that he says, they have the right to look for liquor in your vehicle. The case law is from 1925, right in the middle of Prohibition.
A little bit of prohibition going on.
So yes, they had the right to look for liquor, but that's how dumb he is, that he thinks that somehow that still applies. And that if he quotes, oh, well, you can't look in my vehicle, U.S. versus Carroll from 1925. And how is an officer supposed to, you know what I mean? It's just, he's so dumb. Like, his trifold is so dumb.
Well,
and his trifold will get people arrested.
He speaks a lot, and he thinks that when he uses a bunch of words, what it is he confuses dumb people. So it's really easy for dumb people to be caught up in the grift, is all it is, because he uses a lot of words. He thinks he'll be heard for his much speaking. He just doesn't realize that we realize he's a moron and really doesn't know what he's talking about. And thank you out there, Amy Elizabeth. She just became a member of the channel. I wanted to say thank you. It's appreciated.
Awesome.
Yeah, man. No, he's he's definitely got that shit wrong. Another thing this is how I was initially trying to contact him, was because I got through to him through Derek Medley, and so Chille texted me and said, "What's up?" Because Derek had said I could help him. Well, now I look back, Chille saw dollar signs, right, thinking I was going to give him money. Well, I texted him. I was like, "Look, dude, you can't go yammering and yammering about your damn constitutional rights. They don't want to hear any cases before 1938. It don't fucking count. You got to know what kind of a court you're in first. You're not in a common law court. You're in a maritime court. You are in a commercial court." And I was going to show him, you have to reserve your natural rights under UCC 1-308. And I was trying to never heard nothing back. Nothing heard. I thought, okay, well, he's either got it or he just wants to be the big duck in the puddle. Either way, I'm not trying to get any glory out of this. I'm just trying to help him out. And when he ran from that shit, and I said, "Dude, you look like such a fraud. You pussed out. Oh, how about you?" And then he went on with that whole torrent of shit and sending those pictures. And I'm like, "Are you kidding me? This is the real scholar, huh?" Well, then the more I look into it, it's not that he's anything at all. He's whatever he thinks he can be relevant as, whether it's the super necessary human or whether he puts on a pair of glasses and affects a few adjustments here to make you think that he's intellectual, when in fact he's not. He doesn't even have any command of the English language, really. And
no, he doesn't at all.
No, he's a really piss poor linguist. He doesn't.
Keeping it criminal. Hello.
Hey, don't forget Kick Rocks. Everybody noticed Keeping It Criminal just entered the chat out there.
Act White. We got trouble now. Kicks in there.
I tell you what, he was the first one
It's the
to
cop.
not the first one to contact me. Actually, that was Team Skeptic, and I didn't know any of these guys. And the only reason I went on Kick's channel first was because of Miss Mandy. She had I talked with her, and I went on there, and I just want to thank him for giving me a fair shake. And you know, after that, of course, I've been on many. And I really want to say thank you to this whole community. Just like AZ Jeepgirl, they treat me really, really good. We could not pick a better group of people than we have in this huge community that we have here on YouTube. I couldn't ask for better supporters, better subscribers, better members, and sometimes better friends. Thank you all so much.
Yeah, man.
So true. Well said. Well said.
I mean, we came together tonight. This was kind of a spur of the moment type thing. I mean, not a lot of time went into the whole thing, and we've got how much now toward that rescue, and you know, fuck Chille, right?
No, that's awesome, and that would be the best revenge. I mean, honestly, oh my gosh, that would just piss him off. The fact that he doxed my rescue.
Oh, let me tell you
trying
something.
To hurt it. Yeah.
Another thing about that whole thing where he was fundraising, it really pissed me off there. Yeah, was it yesterday? It's hard to remember. Where he was trying to get that guy out of the Nye County Jail in Nevada.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
I was like, I have not watched this guy's videos or anything. I may have come across them, but I don't think I've watched any of them yet. And so I went to the guy's channel and I was like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? That's where you're at now without knowing the story even. Or really dissecting the video. You're just going to go on a crusade for this guy that's not even, he's got like 325 subscribers. And I'm like,
he's a creep. He's an absolute creep.
He's a member of the channel.
But I'm like, you know, wait a second, hold the fucking phone here. Here's Terry supposedly got locked up, right? The guy that you started went and supposedly got locked up. Of course, we know that was bullshit, but he went on and gloated. And there's Terry's got way more influence with what he's got now, 4.17 thousand subscribers as opposed to 325.
Yeah, but the other guys.
And the other guy's what? Because he sucks Chille's ass. That's the only reason. And so now these got to go down to that. This is my one friend I have now.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna put it out there. How long? I want to see it in the chat. How long before this, is he Vegas Valley? Isn't that his name? How long before he is hated by Chille and named?
No, it's not Vegas Valley. It's you have rights. We have cops have duties.
Right. My bad. Yeah, we have right. Cops have duties. That's the channel. So how long before that dude ends up Chille's mortal enemy, like James Freeman, like any of the rest of them that he thought were wonderful and great until they got to know who he was within 10 minutes and then discarded him. A month, 2 weeks. How long before you have rights, cops have duties is one of Chille's mortal enemies that he wants to feed to the pigs? How many?
Hey, here you go. Rack the Jipper makes a good point. AZ, Jeepgirl, Kate, Susie Y, all targets of Chille, all women. He won't shut up about the three of them. What does that mean? It means he's a pussy who only picks on women. He knows better than to pick on us men. He absolutely knows better. He's terrified of us. He is 100% scared shitless of any of us real men because he is none of that. That's why he picks on the women. That's what that means.
I mean,
I think he has mommy issues, actually.
I'll tell you one thing. You come up on my face like he did that kid like he was acting there on Hollywood Boulevard. That I ain't gonna be no Dan Clement running off from you, buddy. I'll be smiling the whole fucking time too. That's what's the scary shit about it, is because no. Yeah, come running up on me like that. It ain't an act this time, brother, because I'm gonna take care of that.
Hey, Jeepgirl, effing lawyer says, I just donated to your rescue, and I'm also interested in talking to you about possibly adopting.
Thank you, effing lawyer. I think you and I actually already chatted about that, and yeah, let's definitely connect.
Well, Arizona Jeepgirl, don't you already have parents?
Don't I what?
Don't you already have parents? I mean, that's real nice of her wanting to adopt you and all, but I mean,
Right.
you seem like you're kind of out of the age bracket, maybe, you're.
Yeah, probably.
Well, Coach, they always go the last too. The older kids get adopted last. So yeah, okay. Congratulations, AZ Jeepgirl. She's got a new family now, honey. Is that cute?
Right. Well, you know what's weird? I feel like this community is now like an extension of my family. It's pretty awesome and amazing.
Well, welcome to mine, by the way. Welcome into my close inner circle.
Now go to your fucking room.
My close inner circle was a little bit over 4,000 now. So it's getting stronger and stronger as we go. People from everywhere, from all walks of life, and from both sides of the coin, auditors and people who hate them. They're all starting to learn that we can come together. We will find common ground, and that's how it's supposed to be. United we stand. When one of us is attacked, all of us are attacked, and we need to go on the defensive. We need to defend those in our community.
Right. And I agree with that 100%. And I will point out Josh Abrams as a great example. Accountability for all. Like, I didn't like him before. But the fact that he's willing and open, set up a new YouTube channel, where he kind of comes over to the other side, like, I mean, 6 months ago, I couldn't stand the guy. Now I find him funny and entertaining. I don't like to watch his audits. But when he does a live stream where he's, doing, he's a funny guy. He really is a funny guy. And if it wasn't for Kate and all of this drama that happened back in Massachusetts over Memorial Day weekend, I would never have given him a chance. I would never have liked him. And now I find him funny as hell. So
I think he's also eased up a bit and doesn't quite audit the way he used to.
That's true. He has eased up.
Well, we all enter life with this idea when we're young about what it's going to be like and how it should be. And then as we get older and more seasoned, we find out that things are a little bit different and that we didn't quite know what we thought we knew years ago. And that forces a bit of change in our lives, and it definitely changes our interactions with other people.
Very true. Very true. And I watch, as a former law enforcement officer, good grief, I wouldn't want to do it today.
Same thing you did.
Just the way they're treated and everything like that, is horrible. And I have no problem with anybody filming the cops. No problem. But don't be disruptive and don't be an asshole. Like, don't enter into a crime scene and say, well, it's my First Amendment right. I mean, there are rules and regulations for public buildings. There are rules and regulations for filming police. I'm here in Arizona, and they tried to implement the new law. I think it was 8 feet. They dropped it. It got challenged by the ACLU, and it did not go into effect. And I agree with that. You should be able to film police. But if it's an active crime scene where there may be markings of shell casings or things like that on the ground, stay the fuck out of it.
Yeah, you can still film. I mean, we have great Zoom available.
Zoom lens,
right.
Yeah.
Right.
Skeptic to share that GoFundMe link.
Yeah, right. Get Skeptic to share that GoFundMe link too. I'm sure we can. But that there's something to be said with that. Now I've seen some where they're being like Terry, right? And then they want them to go, and it's just a traffic stop, and they want them to go a ridiculous amount of way. Well, they don't have to. And I've seen them go to the lengths of actually, and think about this, just this glut of wasted time and material that they go and they put up a huge tape line for a traffic stop just to keep, it's all ego. It's all just over ego. And then they turn around and you see them, the stop's over, and they go take up the tape and they're just wad it all up and throw it right in the goddamn trash. Like, hey, you know, thank you taxpayers for keeping the stocks of 3M high. I mean, it's just like you see some ridiculous shit, and it looks like
I don't disagree with that at all.
You know, but then you've got the case where they're wanting to try to provoke the police. You know, now that I can't abide by. But when I see the cops actually come up and do infringe on their right to be able to film that, then there's a problem right there, especially when they don't know the law. And this seems to be a problem with a lot of police officers. They don't even know the statutes and codes that they're supposedly charged with upholding.
Agreed. There are a lot of them.
You know, that's gotten worse. Now, you know, remember back in the Sanford and Son, that black and white cop, how that white guy, he knew all the fucking regulations, like right off the top of his head, Smitty or whatever. You don't need to go that far with it, but at least, my God, some intelligence. Let's get real. The bar is really low. Beth Rist was an Ironton police officer. That's one thing. But she made sergeant. Do you realize she was a council member for 12 years? 12 years. And I had to teach her what constituent meant?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on.
No, I'm for real. I told her, she goes, I didn't have anybody to stand with me. I said, you had your constituents. And she said, only 2, and named off 2 other council members. And I'm like, wow. So constituent is not co-counsel. All right. That's the people that voted for you. The people that you represent are your constituents. Like, wow, come on.
Right.
So how?
Well, not only does she not know what constituent means, she obviously doesn't understand what officer discretion is either, from the way I've heard it explained.
No, not a bit. And it's like, what she was a sergeant. So what was the sergeant's exam? A fucking dot-to-dot puzzle, or a help Billy find his way to the sandwich maze, or what the hell was going on there? Just insane. And this is just a microcosm of the entire macrocosm. I know that there was a memo went out by DHS to the various law enforcement agencies, to their HR, that told them to focus on the lower IQ people that were unquestioning of orders, wouldn't, they're just easy order followers. Of course, they didn't put it exactly in those words, but that was the focus. And we're seeing that 20 years later. We really are, because the ones that are wanting to do good and be good police officers aren't focused on as much as the ones that want to go in there and pretend like they're still in Iraq, you know?
Right.
And,
can somebody out there in the chat, one of my mods, throw that link to her GoFundMe for the shelter back up there? Jess Cruz says she'll send it to Irish Demon if you can get it to her. So please get her that link.
And Jess,
there's a comment on the screen for you, Jeepgirl.
I see that, and thank you so much, Donna. I hope I said that right. Thank you very much.
Your email. I didn't see it in either one of my email accounts. You can send it to the one that's listed on my YouTube page. It's my channel name at Gmail, and that one's a less cluttered up one, and I'm more apt to get it. So sorry about that. Go ahead. Trump said he loved the uneducated. Oh yeah, the uneducated people are the easiest people to control. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, and if you excuse me, if you look at the people in Chille's chat, like all of his moderators, you can easily tell that they are a bunch of uneducated people.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you just can. And I was watching Chille's live last night, and they were tagging me and literally begging me to come into the chat.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, why would I do that? I mean, I did a few nights ago, and Chille just kept demanding for my bar card number. Really?
No, I know.
You want me to put my personal address and my social security number, date of birth, and all of that as well? Like, really?
Yeah, he says shit on there that I wonder, are you really saying that? I mean, you really
Right.
expect that to happen? What did he do that one night? He said, put a 1 in the chat if you're still here.
Oh,
was
dear
like,
God.
Hey
yeah.
guys, y'all see that comment on the screen? Troll Hunter says, Ironton auditor, ain't that calling the kettle black? Lying about getting arrested while real auditors put it all on the line for freedom. Gross. Well, what have they put on the line that I haven't, goober? You don't see me out there doing the same thing that they're doing.
Hey,
So apparently you're very delusional and you've lost touch with reality and you don't see Chille for what he really is. That's what that was about. So whether you agree or not, none of us up here give a shit. I was just letting you know.
Hey, Troll Hunter, I'd like to address that as well. Yes, I'm fully aware that people are arrested for those frivolous charges all the time. That's what made it so fucking believable, you simp. That's why we did it like that, you simple-minded fool. Every false flag is done that way, you dipshit. You missed the point, didn't you? Did you see the same man who was on camera yesterday bawling his eyes out over some scumbag that got arrested in Nevada, as opposed to the same guy who gloated with his little stupid, sweaty, ranting dwarf moon pie face up into a camera at the prospect of Terry being arrested? Is there a word that you can think of that maybe starts with a H and ends with a hypocrite, you stupid fuck?
Or you could also say maybe the pot calling the kettle black, something like that, because
Or
it
you
shows
could
through
just
Chille all
talk
the time.
window licker who ran out of glass that needed to comment.
Hey, by the way, that comment's for you, sir. Shannon Swanson for $4.99 says, "Good men don't have to tell people they are good men. You are a good man, Sav. Keep up the good fight."
I appreciate that very much, Shannon. Thank you. My wife's over here rolling her eyes, but
Hey, I gotta do a quick shout out to Keeping It Criminal. Thank you so much. Appreciate the support. Also, Kick, did you get the email I sent you with the song idea about? I emailed it to you about 2 or 3 weeks ago. If you didn't get it, let me know and I'll resend it.
is that the collaborative song?
Yes. For Kate and Mr. Decastrated.
Oh, here you go. Here's another goober out there running their fingers who obviously doesn't know anything. Says real auditors don't do ride-alongs with pigs. Well, here's my question. How in the fuck do you expect to bridge the gap if not a one of you's got enough brain cells to figure out how to do it? Instead of trying to go out there and treat all the cops like your servants, slaves, and enemies, why don't you try to find the good ones, bridge the gap with them and make them allies, help to protect them so that they can expose the bad cops? In case you haven't noticed, right here in Ironton, it's happened twice for sure that I know of. They fired Beth Rist 20 years ago for lying on an official report, and they got rid of Bradley Spaljeric for domestic violence and drug possession. So if you've ever wanted to see good cops out their own, I beg you to look at Ironton as an example of that. We've seen it happen twice that I know for sure.
Didn't Beth also supposedly, she said that she witnessed a subordinate of hers abuse a prisoner who was handcuffed, and she did absolutely nothing about it?
Well, it's because she's a chicken shit. It's the reason she spent 12 years on the city council and didn't bring up any corruption, she says, because she's a chicken shit. I'm the only one. Well, that's what being a fucking hero is, Beth. That's what being a hero is. You tell the truth, even if you know it's going to take you out. You grow a pair and you become that hero. That's how that works.
Well, I'll tell you, I'm gonna put let's see. I got a little link I'm gonna put down in the chat. If anybody wants to go click on it, look at it, and get a little laugh.
Troll Hunter says, Ironton Auditor, you get so triggered. Well, yeah, when dumbasses like you and the other ones come in here and run your fingers off, why not? It's my show. I can be triggered all I want. If you don't like it, don't let the door hit you on the ass when you hit the out button.
Right.
Well, can I ask a question here?
Absolutely.
Because, okay, Every profession has bad apples. Every. Okay. There's a reason that there are malpractice suits because there are bad doctors. Okay. Are there bad police officers? Yes, there are. Are there bad customer service reps at Walmart? Yes, there are. Are there bad doctors? Yes, there are. Are there corrupt lawyers? Yes, there are. There are bad people in every fucking industry in the world. Okay. So are 99% of police interactions with the public, I don't want to say positive, but not negative, meaning no one died, nobody got shot, nobody.
Right.
When you think about all the people that get pulled over, when you think about all the people that have interactions with police because they called 911, 99% of the interactions with officers are positive. So out of all the professions in the world, why is Chille focusing on, or others, on just the profession of police officers? Police officers do not have absolute control over the public the way Chille he puts it out there and says, oh, cops have absolute control over you. No, they don't. Be polite, be respectful, and go on with your freaking day. Every industry has bad people. It's human nature. So I'm just going to leave that at that.
I want to agree with Epic Programmer there. Says, be sure the cop you're trying to antagonize isn't the only good cop. You want those cops to observe first, then auditors should fucking observe before acting out. I agree 100%.
Absolutely, I agree with that.
And since most of them are traveling around and don't really ever do their own hometown, they really don't know who they're coming up against most of the time. They just walk up and start running their mouths. Now, that's not all of them, and I'm not trying to broad brush it, so before someone says that I said something about all auditors, that's not true. So just so you know. Just so you know, that one's for you, Sovereign. Just so you know.
Just so you
know.
Squirrel. We're on it. We're on it.
Something shiny.
Yeah, no shit. Something shiny. Oh, somebody said something about me in the chat. I have to break my train of thought and address it.
Hey guys, I want to make sure that everybody knows we got like 8 minutes till 9. Jeepgirl, didn't you tell me that Kate was going on at 9?
I thought she was based. I don't know for sure, but it was based on her.
It's a members only stream.
Yeah, she was doing a members only last night at 6:15 or 9:15. Sorry, I'm way behind on time. And then she messaged and said that she had to postpone it till today. So I kind of assumed, okay, yes, I know that makes an ass out of you and me, but that it would be the same time today. So I don't know. That was a guess.
Yogi37 says she's going live, but with members only. So I just want to make sure that everybody knows that that's going on. So if you're a member, you might want to make it over to that channel here in a little bit. And Troll Hunter says, Ironton Auditor, you don't know me. Remember that. Well, you don't fucking know me either. Remember that. And it says you're triggered because you hurt the community. Well, I don't hurt the community, and that's a fact. You find one person I've hurt. My community loves me, in case you haven't noticed. They're here in support of me. They just don't like you. And it says, notice how you only have the watchdog keyboard warriors. Not true at all. Not even close to true. And that's what I'm trying to tell you. You really don't know half of what you think you know. It's the problem with you people. Y'all get on here and think y'all are the smartest, and unfortunately, it's just not true. So go find the facts, and then come back and run your fingers when you have some truth to talk about, because it makes you sound smarter.
Sorry. Peter Lemire just sent me he just sent me Beth Rist's
I'm sorry, honey.
sergeant exam.
Oh, jeez.
I'll show it to you. Hang on.
Is it a connect the dots?
Oh, it's better. It's better. It's better. SGTEXAM. I got to give it a name, you know. So let's see here. We're going to go over to right there. We'll bring it up as a picture. I'm going to blow it up like that big. And then I'm going to go present. This was Beth Rist's sergeant exam. And this is how she got it.
Uh-oh, looky there. There's somebody who's not one of the, as you called them, keyboard warriors. Look who's out there in the chat. That's Joe Cool. Joe Cool is an Ironton fan, just so you know, out there, Troll Hunter. What have you got to say about that? That's one of the coolest fucking guys in the auditing community right there. What do you got to say to that? That's pretty good. That's pretty good right there.
Hey Terry, bring up my screen. I've got Beth Rist's sergeant exam up. There it was.
Oh my gosh.
Where's Waldo? Where's Waldo?
Here you go. Here's your stripes, babe. Oh, wait. Don't call her babe. She gets kind of upset about that shit. She gets mad.
You say Peter sent you that?
Yeah.
That was a pretty good one, Peter. Thanks for that one.
That's awesome.
Thank you, Peter. That's cute. That's funnier and shit. So what's Joe Cool got going on today? I'm trying to fucking clean. Squirrel! I hear it. I hear you, Jess. I have that same problem all day long. It's like there were so many things. We did successfully get to the store today. I did get to the Tractor Supply. And I was able to get some dog food and stuff, though. I did get something accomplished.
Oh, I had to go to the Tractor Supply today, too. It's a fun store.
It is. How about Rural King? You ever been to there?
We don't have those here.
Oh my God. It's like a Walmart Tractor Supply. It's like a Tractor Supply on steroids. I'm not kidding you. They even sell chickens and bunnies and everything in there. Man.
Oh, that's how our our Tractor Supply. Yeah, they do the same. Yeah, they always have the little chickens under the heat lamps
this place is huge.
Hey, Jeepgirl.
I mean, they actually sell tractors.
Hey, Jeepgirl, do you see that comment? That one's for you. It says, let AZ Jeepgirl know I'm formerly the LG. That's from PsyOps.
Okay, I'm not sure. Okay. I gotta screenshot that one. Oh, okay.
And hey, F and Lawyer, thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate it. I think we're getting up to about that 10. I had said when we got 10 or more, we would start having some members only live streams, and that's so that I can talk with my members and we can actually discuss this channel. I want you guys to be just as much a part of this channel as I am. Oh, looky there. I've got Peter and Witch of Heart, who have just become new members. Thank you. Now we're definitely over that 10, so I guess I'm going to have to get on the stick here and get that done. I appreciate y'all so much.
I don't think I'm a member, but I need to become a member on your page too. So
yeah, you just take your finger, and reach down there and hit that join button and follow those instructions.
Button.
It's as easy as that.
I figured out why he calls it button. That was Uncle Fred's pet name for Chille's naughty spot when they were young. They call that's your button. Always remember, Chilito, that's your button, and I'll never stop. And that's why he does that. It's like, oh, we won't stop.
Yeah, well, he didn't used to say button. It's only because he fucked up one time and called it button, and everybody started making fun of him. So now he uses it all the time.
And another new member out there. Another new member out there got Montauk Tom and
awesome.
PsyOps. And PsyOps.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you guys. I appreciate it.
That Montauk guy, is your name after the Montauk Project? I'm just curious. Or is it of just the place? Wait, what's over it? Yeah. We got dead air, Terry. That's a faux pas in the broadcasting world.
Sorry about that. It's hard for me to feel all of the dead air all by myself. I went out
Yeah,
the other night, and for almost 9 straight hours, I talked into that camera. So, and
we did.
Jarvista, thank you for becoming a member. It's appreciated. Thank you.
Now you're going to get some tickets in the mail for blinker violations and speeding and talking on your. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, I tell you what, when they come in the mail, maybe I'll just get a hold of Delete Lawz and see if he'll do a fundraiser for me to help me get that shit paid. What do you
Well, I'm
think?
sure he will, and then he'll cry when he's so happy that they made their goal. He'll cry. He'll go on there. He'll be better than Sally Struthers trying to sell a peanut butter sandwich to an African child. You know, I mean, it's going to be that dramatic.
And yet another new member, Scott Hubert. Thank you, Scott. Another name we always see out there in the chat. Most of these people we see all the time, almost everywhere we go. There's more of that dead air.
Somebody just asked if this was the old chain smoker channel. Smile Kyle said that. No, this is the new chain smoker channel. The old smoker channel they got demonetized because everybody died. So we've revived it. Now we're the new old smokers channel. Just so you know. Just so you know. Okay.
Hey, Kick, thanks for joining us. Remember, everybody, Kick rocks. Make sure you go check. I'm sure everybody here well knows who Keeping It Criminal is, but if you don't, you definitely need to go check out that channel.
Yeah. That's right. Oh, that's exactly right. What he just said there. What Michael Lotz just said. I see that all the time. He says, it's obvious that. Yeah, there you go. He used Chille tactic of not answering questions by asking questions on a different. Yeah, it's moving the goalposts. We're going to change directions because we don't want to talk about that no more. When it gets heated, when it gets down to some truth.
There you go. Effing lawyer's right. If you want a lawsuit by Chille, make sure you join my channel because when he decides to finally pass my lawsuit out, apparently that includes you all too. He'll get a bunch of people together and to sue and call it a class action. So if you want to be part of the classy people, make sure you hit that join button.
Lisa made an interesting point on the pronunciation of Michael's last name, Lutz. That's correct. A good rule of thumb, and sometimes I'm guilty of not following it. If a vowel is followed by a single consonant, it's usually the long sound of the vowel. Whereas if it has two consonants the same after it, like in little, or mitten, like in Mitten State Media, then it's the short sound of the vowel. Just kind of a rule of thumb. That actually more of a rule than the I before E thing. So, which isn't even really a rule. It's like they could have just changed that. There are two words that don't do this. That's it.
Okay.
Scumdog.
Can you guys believe that we still have 231 people in here, and at one point we were well up over like 350?
I can believe it because we're fucking awesome.
Well, I don't think it has anything to do with us. I think everybody came to see AZ Jeepgirl. I think she's the star of this show.
Yep, absolutely.
Just in case you didn't know, Jeepgirl, we all love you.
Well, thank you so much. I love you guys too.
I'll tell you what, who else we love. I don't know if we've seen her in here. I maybe did see her a little bit ago. And she's like a total badass along with Arizona Jeepgirls. That's that Susie Y. Oh my God, does she ever?
Susie Y.
Oh, she pisses him off so bad. He's all the time having to stop. Susie Y, that's not that. You're blocked again. He's all the time. And I'm like, God damn, Susie can't. She gets in there all the time too, man.
I love that comment. Troll Hunter says that Chille made me. The only problem was I was a man long before Chille ever come along, and I've been the same guy ever since. He asked me to get into it, and now he hates me because I do it right, and he doesn't have any idea how to get it done at all. And that's kind of what happened there. But he didn't make me. I made me. Don't forget that. I make me every day.
Chille couldn't make fucking mud pies. Let's get real. That motherfucker's so dumb. His whole thing that he was trying to show, I was like, are you really going to show people your blurry ass fucking computer screen and tell people what these texts that nobody cares or knows if they're real or anything else are? You're going to go for 3 hours with this. Holy shit, have you lost your mind? And this is what this guy that was just commenting, he follows that guy. Yeah, so I would say if he's looking at Chille as some kind of a fucking leader or an example, that tells me that he's even dumber than Chille. That's what that tells me. That tells me that is somebody that's even more fucking stupid than Chille, if that's possible.
What do you think of that comment, sir?
Could you imagine Beth Rist as a Walmart greeter or someone who works at the IRS or both? How about this? How about this one? Right, we'll go. This is Beth Rist to work for the Walmart IRS cubicle. And we have found that because of my officer discretion, I was able to indict you on charges of embezzlement. Oh, yeah, and welcome to fucking Walmart.
I like that one. That is a scary goddamn thought, though, to have her knocking on your door to collect taxes, though. I'll give you that, especially if she's going to be one of those new armed one they've hired.
You imagine you wake up and just you go to your door late at night, somebody's a knocking, you go to your door and this shit's standing outside the window. You look out your peephole, that's what you see. Owen! Good God. That old bitch could go hunting bears with just a stick. Anyway. What do we got?
There you go. How about that one, Sovereign? Can you do that one?
Let's see. Oh, I'm over here. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, hang on. Beth Rist, I'm calling about your extended car warranty. It's been expired, and I'm going to use my officer discretion to have your car towed away and have you thrown away in jail for war crimes.
See, now here's something else about this community that we have, growing up around us, and I won't take credit for building it. It was already here, but they have sought me out. And when someone comes in to say something about me, the chat will jump on them like piranha. They'll let them all know I don't really have to defend myself much. They tend to take care of it for me. Just saying. What an awesome bunch of people that we actually have in this community. I can't get over it. It humbles me so much, and at times it makes me almost tear up to think about how much people really do care. They actually do care about me and everyone else in the community, and it is an amazing feeling, and it's very humbling.
Yep, I agree 100%. I've never experienced anything quite like this, and it's freaking amazing.
I'd say that account's probably still going up. I don't know what the active number is on it, but I bet it's higher than it was the last time we checked, just at a guess.
No, yes. I'm sure it is. I'm on my phone for the stream, so I can't really check at this point, but a huge thank you to everybody.
Look, Michael Lutz. That's Beth Rist. Has any of your family ever been to Camp Lejeune? Have any of your people ever drink any of the water down at Camp Lejeune? Well, the men down there have made that water bad so that it can pick on all the women that way.
Wolverine Transparency's asking if there's a cop watch or an audit in the stream. Not in this one. If you didn't check out the title, this has nothing to do with cops, audits, or any of that shit. So, if you read that title out there, you'll see what we were on here for.
This isn't anything about police corruption. Yeah, that's right. That's you notice
this is about Chille corruption.
Yeah,
this is about what
that's what I was just going to say. It's Chille corruption.
Yep. Thanks for coming. Keep coming back. Go sit in the corner and think about what you've done.
Oh, I'm not trying to give him shit. I like Wolverine. Don't make any mistake. He's not an enemy of mine. I like Wolverine.
I'm picking on Wolverine. I'm picking.
Me too. That's why I was picking at him a bit.
So that's my new thing. I tell people, go sit in the corner and think about what you've done now.
There it is right there. Roseanne Massman says it's up to $720 now, Jeepgirl.
$20 up to there, yeah.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much. I can't look because I'm on here, so
wouldn't that chap Chille's
Just
ass
wow.
if we broke his little grift for the where he was running his little fundraiser yesterday? Wouldn't it be some shit if we broke his amount?
Oh, no kidding. Oh my gosh, that would be amazing.
There wouldn't be enough
Slap in the face, baby.
there ain't enough
Peter's
chapstick in
definitely-
the world for his ass.
Peter's definitely talking to you, sir.
Beth Wrist would end any and all erections with the power of her voice and face. I did get a comment on my "Where's the Beef" thing, and they said, "Good God, put a warning on that. Some of us have a weak stomach in the morning." So I was like, "Oh shit, man, don't go there. This is bad." Any of you that haven't had an opportunity to see that, I'm going to put the link in the thing. You want to have a good laugh? It's a 6-second long video, but it's funny. Right, Terry? God damn it. What are you doing? Why are you not?
Sorry about that. I've got the wife talking in my ear and I missed what you said. What did I miss? I apologize.
You're supposed to be
I have to give her precedence.
Yeah, you hosting a show, man.
Well, the wife still hosts me. Don't forget. She's the other half of me. So, I have to give her credit there.
All right. Well, need to get back in the game there, G. Give him a link. Give a link up.
I'm working on it right now. There it is. It's pasted
Give that
in
man
there.
a link.
There's that link.
Wolverine. They call Michigan the Wolverine state, but the interesting thing about it is Wolverines don't live in Michigan. The reason it's called the Wolverine state is due to the tenacity of the residents. They were given that a long time ago. That little jog at the bottom of where Ohio and Michigan meet, there's that little jog at the state line. That was because of a territorial dispute where Ohio and Michigan actually went to war with each other over Toledo. That ain't no shit. They went to war over Toledo. And I guess Ohio won, but the joke's on them because now they have Toledo.
Hello, Wolverine Transparency. How you doing today?
That's funny. I like that one. Hey, whoever told me I got to go in the corner, I don't mind going to the corner, but you got to get out. You got to get out and let me take your place.
You got it. You got it. I only sit in the corner long enough to finish my bong, and then I'm out. So it's all
You got it all nice and warm for me?
Oh, I do. I'll leave the bong for you.
Alice Capper, you have a good night and enjoy that stream.
No, I was just farting around, going from stream to stream, seeing what's going on tonight. I got a lot of legal work myself to do because I picked up an obstruction charge off a tyrant and he's trying to kill me. So I get it.
There's a lot of those obstruction charges out there, aren't they?
Yeah. Well,
put
the obstruction is the lawful order. They're going off these unlawful orders, and when you got governors that are being picked by socialists that don't care about the Constitution at all, and puts the Constitution aside, and they're going with straight out just corporate law, and corporation incorporated. They forget about who they serve, and that's why we're all supposed to be together. I mean, I really, really, really would appreciate it if people would take me a little serious right now. Okay, just for a couple minutes. Okay, then you guys can go back to your blazing and do whatever, because you do whatever you do, right? This is gonna go on. Wolvie can't stop it. Nobody can stop this. This is just human beings being human. And I get it. And some people have to learn the hard way. If you continue to bullshit people, after a while, these people are going to posse up. It's called the mob. Democracy is the mob. Okay. And when people understand that is the mob, what Ironton Auditor was explaining to everybody just a minute ago, when he said, my chat will take care of that. He's exactly right, because that's the mob. That's the democracy in this channel. Okay. That is how that's going to roll. And same thing with mine. My people do the same for me. I get it. and it's good to have good people that are loyal, you know. But
Can I just add something to that though?
you can add to it.
It's not really truly democracy because everybody that's doing that is willingly doing it. You're not forcing everybody in the chat to participate because everybody in the majority of the chat decided to. So that's the difference.
Well, I'm gonna redirect that. They're marginalized. Okay, people get marginalized, and I know people. I'm not gonna name no names, but my personal experience has taught me. I know. Give me a minute. My personal experience has taught me that when you don't go with the flow, let's just start with your driving book. There's a reason why it says go with the flow of traffic. If the traffic is going 95 mile an hour, everything's going to run smooth. If it goes 75 mile an hour, it's going to go smooth. If it goes 65 mile an hour, it's going to go smooth. That's why they wrote that in there. It's the same thing in the flow of how people are perceiving what people are saying. So whether or not somebody comes in with their own judge of character, if they like Ironton or if they like you or if they like somebody on panel, they automatically go with your flow because they trust you enough because they like you. Right. You know, so it's not so much of it's a willingness, but it's a marginalized willingness. That's why they tell people in leadership not to pick a religion over another or
well, I would have to say that it's really this then what we're seeing is a voluntarist situation because, like, for instance, in the chat right now, most of the people, I would say in the high 90s of the people that are in this chat viewing this show support and like Terry and would help him. However, there are some in here like Aaron Queen, for instance, he wouldn't, or Troll Hunter, right? He wouldn't. And it wouldn't be fair because the majority of the people are doing it for everybody to say, hey, you're here too, and you're part of this group. Now you have to do it. You see, that there you don't have that right. But we're seeing more of a voluntarist thing. And what you see is that it's more of a populist rather than democratic. It's
You're right. And they say good minds think alike. But see, the problem with that is, say for an example, now I got me 8,000-9,000 subscribers too. Okay. I can use my channel for whatever I want to. Right. I could turn it into I could be one hell of a troll and rip your heart right out of your chest if I wanted to. Sure enough. If I wanted to, I could do it, and I can hurt you. I can hurt your feelings. I can make you hate me all day long and talk like you guys are about that other dude. But let me explain something to you. I've watched that happen to people out here, to good people. They turned into what my YouTube experience has taught me is sometimes people got to go through things, and this might be a good thing for some people, but for other people, they already have the mind and the heart set that they are one of the people and they are for the people. But the problem with that is the trolls got so jealous because here's what's going on out here. They're jealous of one another. And because of that, the government wins. It's the house. It's the same thing as going into a casino. The house is always going to win with that. It's against us. And it's a necessary anarchy. And I'm not going to say dude's name because I'm not going to fall out with nobody. Nobody's going to take my judge of character away from me. I'm going to be able to go and talk to anybody I want to, and I'm still going to have the same respect from anybody no matter what, because I know how to stay out of people's business. Okay? You guys got your business.
I've watched some of your videos, and I've also Mitten State, he's in the chat too. I've watched some of his stuff too. And hey, I dig it. It's great. It's great.
Well, I did like 15 months of freaking drama, brother.
Yeah.
Trust me, man. I know all about it.
Well, what I was going to say, those of you that are out there actually doing it nobly, okay?
Yeah.
Even Ironton Auditor, even though he's got 4,000 plus subscribers, he's still relatively comparatively unknown and small. And for what this character is doing with his red glasses and shit is actually associating himself with the honest auditors, like Terry, yourself, or any others, and giving them a completely bad name to the point where it's like, oh my God, you're an auditor? You mean like that fucking Chille guy? Oh my God, you're a piece of shit. Get away from me. You're not even going to get consideration.
Chille says he's a constitutional scholar. You don't say he's an auditor, so I don't think that has anything to do with
it. He did. I have to correct you. He did. He said he is one of the best auditors on the internet. What was that?
He said he was in the top 5. That was his words. He said, I'm in the top 5.
Yeah. It's okay to have a good self-esteem. I mean, if he wants to believe that, let him believe it. Who gives a shit? I'm the crown prince.
I'm the crown prince of Wales.
I said what my beef was with him, and he can correct that any day he wants to, but I don't know if he will. If he won't, it don't matter. I believe that we're all necessary anarchies, and one day you're going to have to learn to lean on somebody that's got a knife that's pointed at your back, and because the government's going to put it right to your forehead, okay? Especially those of you that believe in Christianity, you know what I mean by that. But if you don't believe in Christianity, you believe in the Orwellian state, which is the police state that comes with that totalitarian state that comes behind it, and that authoritarian. And before you know it, what Germany went through and how many Caucasians they murdered. Okay, them were our people, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if anybody's listening to me or not. They were a people of faith. That's all Jews means. Jew is not an ethnicity. It's our people.
The term Jew wasn't even coined or used until the mid 17th century. That's an added word.
Man.
There were people that were Hebrews and practiced the Hebrew religion. The majority of these people lived in Judea, and they were known as Judeans.
Yeah, okay? I know. Now, I heard that part of the story too. I mean,
so now when you get to the hierarchy, what had infiltrated into the hierarchy, even Jesus himself said, "Those of you that are Judeans but claim to be Judeans but are not, you are a synagogue of Satan."
Yeah, the IBPA says that. I know where you got that at.
Okay, that comes from that. From what it is that there were people in the Ukraine area, what's known as the Ukraine area today, part of a Khazarian empire that had infiltrated into this part of Judea and worked their way into the political and religious structure of the community. Yeah. Okay. And that's who he was talking of. The people in the West called them the name stealers to the East, and the people in the East called them the name stealers to the West.
Yeah, okay. if you study that particular discipline and that doctrine, yeah, that's what they would say. Yeah, I've studied several different doctrines in Christianity, and everybody's got a different interpretation. So I don't get too far into it because I don't want people to think that
it's a whole bunch of different people telling the same story in a different way. That's all. And they want to fight about it.
I'm not. Hey guys, I got to
break in here I got to break in here for just a second. I want everybody to know that Amy Elizabeth has gifted 5 memberships out there. I'm not sure who they went to at the moment. I'm working on trying to find that out.
Wow,
that was nice of her.
Yes, it was. Thank you very much, by the way.
Yeah. I this is what I usually say on my channel. I say, if you want to believe in an ant crawling up a stick, so be it. I mean, who am I to stop you from believing in your whatever you want to call your God? Right. But I do know this. If y'all look at your watch, okay, it says 10:29:22, and if it's Eastern time, it says 9:30:23. So 2022 years ago, 10 months, 29 days, 9 hours, and 23 minutes ago, a guy named Jesus was born. Okay, whether you want to look at the religious aspect of that and call him God Almighty, like the Hebrew Bible did when in Isaiah 9:6, where it said, unto us a child is born, unto us a child is given. The weight of the government will be upon his shoulder. That's singular. They will call him singular. Wonderful, comma, counselor, comma, the mighty God, the everlasting Father, the Prince of Peace. All three in one. Bam. Debunked in the Old Testament, New Testament. It specifically tells you in Colossians 6-9. If anybody's going to read that King James and believe in it, they're telling you that it's one God. If you guys looked it up, but I'm not trying to be a minister. You know, a lot of people didn't call me reverend back in the day because I've been brainwashed this religion. I grew up in it. My mother brainwashed me in scripture, so I know it by heart. It's in my heart. But I don't care what people, I'm not going to force or pick my friends because of what God they want to serve. I pick my friends that I can trust, that I can count on, that I know that it's going to define friendship to me and take my loyalty and give it back to me and show me appreciation as I show them, as I would do unto them, and I would expect them to do that to me.
You might want to join me on my show on Tuesday, Tinfoil Hat Tuesday. We talk about all kinds of crazy stuff. You might be interested because I'm planning on doing a show about the prospect of the millennial reign of Christ having already happened, and that we are actually in that short season where the devil is loosed and rest of the dead, and that we are the rest of the dead. There's interesting
you just remember that Jordan seed hasn't dried up yet, so 1/3 of man has to die before he is
already has. Maybe it already has. Listen, that's something that we get into. You know, we've had 1,000 years or more added to our timeline.
God, I don't know where our timeline is, dude. Because you know what?
Really think about this.
There ain't nobody on this panel.
Hey guys,
They
guys, I hate to interrupt y'all. This stream was to be about AZ Jeepgirl. Let's do that on Tuesday night on Sovereign's channel. And I want to say thank you to Karen Tibbetts for the $5 there. It's much appreciated. Thank you. Are you still
right? That was my whole point. That was my whole point. I didn't want to get into the conversation. I just want to remind people that we're all human.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I think that our time could be better spent helping each other. Because we already know who the foes are, right?
Well, look, we know who the foes are. That. Look at what the damage that Shitheel did because of his feelings got hurt by some of these wordy words. And so he decided to destroy something that was good because he didn't like the person that worked it.
So you're saying
so what I'm saying is despite the bullshit that he pulled, we all came together and we've what do we get up to now for that rescue? We've got a lot of money.
Yeah, I think we're right around 700. So thank you, everybody.
That's awesome.
Hey guys, I gotta run because I gotta go feed my foster puppy and my
foster puppy. What kind of puppy you got?
It's the one on the screen. She's a parvo survivor, and she is husky shepherd mix.
Cool. Well, I'm glad you got the heart that you do for animals. You know, I appreciate that. I don't know if you know what a Presa Canario is.
I'm sorry, say that again.
You know what a Presa Canario is?
Not familiar with it.
Yeah, he was a dog. He's a hybrid. He's a bull mastiff. Okay, he's about 142 pounds.
Damn.
He's got American bull, American American pit, American bull, and English mastiff in him.
Wow. Okay.
He is 147 pounds. And in between 142 and 147, he fluctuates. And he is one of the most high-strung dogs I've ever seen in my life. I don't even know how I handle him, dude. I mean, I'm a big guy
what
too.
kind of a saddle? What kind of a
Hey
saddle?
guys,
is
hold
like
on.
that?
Jeepgirl was trying to drop out. So Jeepgirl, you have yourself a great night. Thank you for coming here to tell your story. I appreciate it. I'm going to try to make sure that we get this on to all of the other YouTubers, all the other streams, so that they can help back you too. And Scott
Nope.
Hubert says you're up to $850 right now. So I'm
That's
very, very happy
awesome.
for you. I hope that helps, and I hope that helps to take a crappy negative thing that he did and turn it into a positive for you.
Nope,
Mhm.
I appreciate that so much. And in case any of Chille's little minions are still here, just know I'm going to repeat what I said earlier. I'm not a scared woman. I am a well-armed woman, and I know how to use them. So
Yeah,
on
baby.
that
Now you're
note,
talking my language.
on that note,
My wife would love that. She likes that. My wife's smiling. She heard you say that.
I won't even go through the list of weapons or the amount of ammunition that is in my home. Because then the FBI might show up. But,
why you're legal? I mean, why would you why would you say the FBI showing up? You're legal. You ain't threatening nobody. You're just talking about.
Oh no, I say that jokingly. I
okay.
literally say that jokingly. But I'm well armed and I'm well prepared. So if any of Chille's little people want to show up at my house, go for it.
Well, while she's telling Chille to fuck off, I'm saying fuck the police and fuck the FBI too. So.
Yeah, man.
And fuck anybody else that don't like it, right?
That's right.
Right? Exactly. Exactly.
Hey, I don't got nothing against nobody. I don't even have nothing against my enemies. I got to stop hating people because it causes more problems for me. I would rather just ignore them.
Well,
I'm just at the point. I'm at the point where I'm well armed, and I could do the same thing. And if they bother me, I what she said, guys. That's all I can say.
You know what, Wolverine? I'll tell you this. I've been skeptical of the FBI since the 90s, and we would not have an impeachment of Clinton if the blue dress didn't exist, because the FBI buried all the other evidence. So I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm really not. But ever since that happened in the 90s, I've been a little skeptical of our FBI.
Yeah,
mine actually started with Ruby Ridge.
Oh my gosh, I lived in Montana when Ruby Ridge happened in Idaho. Yes, I agree. Yeah.
And then
human
right
beings in power, you just can't handle it.
Right, soon after, didn't we have the Waco thing? Not long after that, too. That was again through Clinton, wasn't it?
Yes.
Janet Reno.
Yeah, Janet Reno was. Yeah, that was under Clinton. Yep.
Yeah, Mr. Reno. Holy gee.
Yeah, and if you watch what actually happened in Waco, it's heartbreaking. It is absolutely heartbreaking. Yeah,
they shot those
and that was our government.
They shot them from helicopters, then burned them out, burned the evidence. And I heard it when it was live. One of the reporters said, "Oh my God, they're burning the evidence," and you never heard that again. You'd see the same footage, but that was edited out. But when it was live, the dude said, "Oh my God, they're burning the evidence." What's that mean?
Yeah, and they were, and they locked women and children in underground safety, what were supposed to be safety shelters, and they killed them in there.
Yeah, man.
So
that's our government. Well, even at Ruby Ridge, what they do, they rolled up there and they shot the kid's dog.
Right.
And then, the kid was like, "What the hell? Who's this guy?" And shot back at him. The dude shot him dead. And then they shot the wife while she was holding a baby.
Yep.
All because he may have sold a shotgun or bought a shotgun that was like a 1/16 of an inch under the fucking regulation. Are you kidding?
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, I lived in Montana at the time, in a very similar community of what was going on in Idaho. So I was very sympathetic to everything that was going on. But all right, guys, I gotta run. I gotta feed my pit bull gets kind of upset if I don't feed her on time, and now I've got a foster puppy here that's starving as well. So thank you everyone for all of your support. Gotta run, and I will chat with y'all later.
All right, get with me
Jeep
later,
girl.
Arizona. Get
All
with me.
I will.
Nice meeting you. Hello.
All
Goodbye.
right, I love you guys. I love you guys. I cannot thank you enough for your support.
Jeep girl,
Email
you know
me.
how to get a hold of me if you need anything. You know how to contact me anytime for
I
any
will.
reason.
You've got my email. You've got my phone number. We're all good.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
You have yourself a great night, and thank you.
All right. Thanks, you guys, too. Love y'all.
All right, good night.
Good night.
Well, there you go, guys. There's the famous AZ
awesome.
Jeep girl. And that comment's for you, Sovereign. They're on the screen. They're wanting to know what you have to say after Beth Rist is claiming you're a felon. Apparently, they haven't heard this story 5,000 times yet. So why don't you do it 5,001 just to satisfy the curiosity?
Okay, all right. So I received a felony DUI in Michigan in 1994. It was a third offense. It was actually my fourth, but because time had gone by, the first one had dropped off my record and only counted as a third. It was a felony, drunk driving. I had to do a year in the county jail, which I was in work release. My license suspended for a period of time. And I did everything that was supposed to be done. I then, if people aren't aware, in Michigan, a nonviolent felony is known as a nondescript felony. And in Michigan, a nondescript felony, 3 years after you have served all of your sentence, you have paid your fine, you're off probation, all that, 3 years from that point, your rights are automatically restored. Okay. So keep that little piece of information in mind. So now, when I had the gun charge she talks about, that was because the NICS system came back and said that I had not put something down on the form that I should have put down on the form. Well, it was not intentional at all because I was at a gun show. If I was intending to be a felon buying a firearm, then I would have just went to the table behind me and bought a gun with no paperwork whatsoever. But I didn't do that. So I proved mens reis, and also that the felony charge was not in existence. A firearm, felon trying to get a firearm was not even an option for them because of the law. And I have that law in my binder over there. So there's the gist of that. As far as a arrest in Flagstaff, Arizona, no, I have stayed in Flagstaff, Arizona overnight before. I've never been arrested there, nor have I ever in my entire life, despite having DUIs, have I ever got a speeding ticket, nor been arrested for driving on a suspended license. I've never had that charge either. Any of the rest of my stuff were misdemeanors, usually alcohol and, well, always alcohol related. She seems to say that, if I keep it up, she's going to bring up 2020. Well, go ahead, because big news flash, nothing happened in 2020. So there's that. What else did I want to address on that? Well, not much. Anything else? I'm open to any questions about any of the shit. So
thank you for covering that for the 5,001th time. We definitely appreciate it.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Roseanne Massman, thank you for keeping us updated. I guess she's up to 800. Oh, there went Wolvie. I guess we lost him. It went up to 850. So thank you to everybody out there that has put in. And don't forget, if you get the chance here in the near future, go ahead and hit it up again. She'll definitely appreciate it. And while I've got a second, I want to give a shout out to my channel members. If you'll give me just a second here, I'm about to bring up a complete list, and I want to say hi, howdy, and hello to each one of them. So give me just a second here as I play through here and find it. All righty, I've got Mile High Geeks, Moshelle0309, Kieran Tibbetts, Work Lion, Baby Doll Ironton, Alice Caffrey, Corrections 101, Angel, Montauk Tom, Effin Lawyer, Amy Elizabeth, and she gifted 5. We have Angie Hensley, Jarvista, Witch of Heart, SS Tubaka, Psyops. We've got Peter, of course. Sovereign and I both love Peter. We have Scott Hubert, another one that we see a lot. Abby Pollen and B Girl. Thank you to all of you. And now that we have so many, I'll be working on getting us some of those members only lives so that we can chat and it'll just be us talking. So I appreciate each and every one of you, and I especially love you all for making sure that Jeepgirl gets some donations into her animal rescue. We've taken an absolute negative caused by Chille and turned it into a positive. So fuck you, Chille. No matter how much crap you try to pull, we always find a way to thwart you and turn it back to the positive. You know, that's just the way light works. Light always wins over darkness. It's just how it works. Welcome back, Wolvie. I see you popped out there for a second.
Yeah, man, I dropped my stupid phone. I'll tell you what, you guys with 2 hands, y'all know how many times you drop shit. Come on, just admit it. Y'all know. Can you imagine having 1 hand with the fuck ups of having 2 hands? Imagine only having 1 hand. It's worse. Trust me.
I'll tell you what, I can't imagine, man. Kudos to you for being able to get through the day with 1, because it's really hard sometimes for me with 2. I will agree.
I know, man. And then I seen guys without no hands at all. I'm like, oh my God. I know a guy when I was running tables down here at DMC, Detroit Medical Center, and I got my certs to be a peer mentor, and I was give it back to the community and helping, doing my thing. And this dude was between a fence and a back wall and a 4,500 line, and it was behind him, and I guess he like went to go scratch his side, and you know how the box, the paint, the steel box that raises up and down, it moved and it hit that line just once, and he was holding on to it, and it zapped both of them. He couldn't let go, and it just, and he lost both his hands, man, both his hands. I'm like, oh my God. I know of a more extreme cases where people died, but I'm talking about people that actually lived. So you guys got people without hands and arms that have been electrocuted. Hi, baby. Oh, my granddaughter here. Hi, baby.
Hello to the little one. Always.
Baby girl, I love you. Papa love you.
How old is she?
20 months.
20 months.
Yeah.
See, my little granddaughter's just now, I think, turning 8 months. 7.
How old is she?
7 or 8 months.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, they're awesome. They're awesome, dude. Would you be able to put up the crib for her to state it out? Yeah, Papa, right here. I love you. Papa,
apparently, Aaron Queen didn't like me taking time to give a shout out to my members. So if you don't like that, Aaron Queen, fuck you. My members are more important than you are. If you want to become a member, I'll make sure you get the center stage. If not, fuck you, pal. My members are very important to me. If you don't like it, you know how to get out of here, and don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you, son. Have a good day.
Yeah, right on.
Did you say you were going to give me a membership?
What's he saying about? Nobody was talking about a flat earth.
Oh, Dave, did you say you're going to give me a membership, Ironton?
You know what's funny is I'd have to buy them. I don't have the ability, and YouTube distributes them at random.
I heard somebody was giving out memberships, so I didn't know if it was you picking them or what.
Well, I tell you what, if you get on there and apparently there's some way to allow gifted memberships to you directly. So if you do that and someone buys them, then YouTube will distribute them. I as a channel owner don't actually have that ability.
I don't even know how it works. I just signed up for all that to start memberships on mine because a lot of my subscribers like, what are you doing? Get your memberships going. Let's do this. And I'm like,
That was the
You
only
know,
reason I started. I had too many people saying, "Hey, man, we'd like to join your channel," and I'm like, "Well, I don't have all
yeah,
that up." They're like, "Well, what are you waiting on? Get it up." So there you
yeah.
go.
I mean, you know what I said to that? They said the same thing to me. You know what I said to that? I says, "Well, you're already here.
Hey,
Right.
Jason.
You know,
Hey,
you're
Jason.
already here, man. You the
To
Wolvie family." All
to
right, let's
Jason
give me a hug.
Solemn out there. To
I
Jason
love you.
Solemn, in case you haven't noticed, I never
Have a good
actually
one.
went to jail. You need to go back and catch up on all those videos so that you know what actually happened, and
Say bye to mama.
then you'll know.
Yeah. I can't believe people didn't follow up on that. That's old. It's like from, when did we do that? Saturday night?
Well, a lot of
Last,
people don't follow up on a lot of things. That's kind of like Chille. That's why he thinks a lot of the stuff he does because he's not smart enough to read further.
it was like a week ago. I know I had somebody just commented the other day that said, good, I hope they put him in a sale with really dangerous people. And I was like, you stupid ass, you're even dumber than Chille. Even he found out that he got trolled. You still going with it, you dumbass.
Oh, look at that. We must have triggered Aaron. Poor little Aaron. Somebody give Aaron a troll hug. Poor little feller.
Aw. Yeah, he was over there yammering on about flat Earth a couple of minutes ago, and nobody even mentioned it. Remember what
Well,
I told you? You remember
that's
what I
because
told
he's
you?
a goober. That's
No,
because he's
you
a
remember
goober.
what? No, you remember what I told you, Terry, about the splinter? Remember I
Yeah,
told you?
yeah,
Yeah. There it
You're
is,
right.
right
Hey,
there.
you know what trips me out about people though? Check this out. You know, I'm neutral. You know, I'm gonna stay neutral. I have my own judge of character. You guys feel the way you feel, and you have a right to feel the way you feel. Okay. I personally was accused. Like right now, I'll be accused of taking a side, and it's like, no. And what are you talking about? Just because I patronize and talk to people doesn't have anything to do with Ironton Auditor or Sovereign or Joe Cool or anybody in this community. Period. I don't give a damn who you are. You don't tell Wolvie that's 52 years old who to talk to and who not to.
Right,
You
right.
know, if you guys got a beef, y'all settle it. I
Yeah.
don't have anything. I don't have no comment on none of that. That's y'all business. I just love my community because we are a community, guys. We are the 1A community. Whether you like it or not, we're the 1A community, man. And when
Right.
we
And
come out
I
here, and you know, people are doing fundraisers and trying to make up, and they are executing their and seizing the moment to correct a wrong, like you did, Ironton Auditor. In your opinion, that is your opinion, okay? And a lot of people agree with you, and you actually raised $700 for that. So there's obviously some credibility to what you are saying and how you feel. Same thing with you, Sovereigns. But that still don't have anything to do with Wolvie. And what
Nope.
I'm saying is, this is the perfect example. Do not judge people, no matter where they're at, no matter where they go, no matter who they're around. Remember, this is the first A community.
And just know,
Well,
guys, that we do not have
yeah,
to agree with each other on everything that everybody believes. That I don't think anybody thinks that that's possible. We are able to agree to disagree on certain topics and still stand shoulder to shoulder and hand in hand
Amen.
to protect our rights in this country and each individual in it. If you're unable to do that, I suggest you just get the hell out and go somewhere else where you don't have to worry about that kind of thing. But
well,
I believe in United We Stand, and I'll stand right beside Wolvie when he's right, and I'll stand right beside Sovereign when he's right. I don't give a damn what their personal beliefs and things are. That's irrelevant. We don't have to
There you
agree on
go.
everything.
There you
I've got
go.
a good similarity of that. Okay. Um, let's suppose let's just suppose you're single and you're out at the bar one night and there's a rather attractive girl, or she appears to be very attractive, and you start chit-chatting with her and you think, hey, she might be all right, and you leave the bar with her, right? And it's getting kind of exciting because you think you've got a nice girl and everything like that, and you get to a place and you find out that it's a dude, right? How are you going to react to that, right? Well, they got the same thing going on with this character, okay? As he pretends to be something that he's not, He gets people that are, and this word does not mean stupid. It means not informed. He gets ignorant people to buy into his bullshit and then actually leaves them in a worse predicament than they were in prior to that. And all for himself. He doesn't really care about it. I mean, if he really cared about that community and everything, and this is why we did that false flag. This is exactly why we did the fake arrest, because we wanted to show how hypocritical he is to what he says are his core beliefs and his mission. He's against torture cuffs, and he's against people being arrested and thrown into a dungeon for frivolous charges, unless it's somebody who has decided that they're not in agreement with him or he doesn't like them. Then it's okay for it to happen to him. In fact, so okay that he'll get on camera and dance around like some kind of a prom princess and gloat with his moon pie face up in the camera. And then when he turned around and the guy in the other place over here in Nye County, Nevada, he actually rubs shit in his eye so that he looks like he's crying. You literally see his hand go right up to his eye and the one eye's streaming. And I'm like, are you kidding me? How hypocritical. This isn't even a week later. It's not even a week later and you're going with that shit. Where was your fundraiser for Terry? Where was your concern? There wasn't any. You experienced Schadenfreude. That's it. And that's what I wanted to exemplify right there. And what I'm saying is by seeing that explicit hypocrisy, I hope people can see that he is a detriment to whatever community he tries to meld himself into, whether it's the trying to raise money for diabetes or whether it's to sell a sock that you put on your dick so it won't get sunburnt. Or whatever kind of crazy shit, or putting on a pair of stupid Sally Jesse Raphael glasses and affecting some mannerisms that you learned in some kind of a Bernaysian course. Come on. And I want people to know what a detriment he is. Now he could turn it around if he would get himself out of his own ass.
I threw a link out there for keeping it criminal. If you want to come up here, Kick, we're here.
So that's what I do. Now I'll go on and straight up make fun of this crazy ass motherfucker any day of the week. Now, somebody like you or Mitten State, in fact, I was going to reach out to Mitten State and see if he'd like me to critique one of his audits or even critique one of your audits. And everybody that knows me and has been on my panel knows that I am fair. I am absolutely fair. I don't have a biased type of thing when it comes to something like that. I'll look at it and I'll say, nope, that dude fucked up right there. Or I'll say, nope, the cop fucked up right there. I'm going to call it like I see it. But hey guys, as far as this other crazy fuck, I'll make fun of him all goddamn day long.
Well, it's too easy. Almost too easy. Hey, everybody, welcome Keeping It Criminal to the stage here. Hello, Kick. How you doing?
What's up, Kick? Rocks.
How's it
Kick
going?
Rocks.
Y'all doing
See there, Wolverine? That's a different way to say it. It means something totally different tonight, doesn't it? Usually you got the auditors tell the cops to kick rocks. Tonight we say kick rocks, and it means he's really cool. So
I'm taking it back.
What?
I'm taking it back.
What are you taking it back?
Well, Kick wanted to come up and ask some questions, so I'm going to turn it over to him for just a second, and I'll be right back.
Yeah,
Kick, roll with it, bro.
Hey, Wolvie, nice to meet you. I'm Kick.
What's up, man?
Hey, are you do you happen to be friends with Broken System, Broken Trust, or have y'all intertwined in any way?
Well, if I have, it'd be my business.
It came to my attention, and if I'm incorrect, I'm willing to be wrong, and but I believe that you guys went up to go and visit an individual at their home recently.
I don't answer questions.
I had a feeling. So, since you're not answering questions, I'm just going to go ahead and make some statements, and you let me know what you think about them if you feel like it, because I know it's got to be difficult to think.
Hey, but before you go on, hey, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to show you the example right now. Go ahead, guys. Go ahead, Kick.
Okay. So I guess that you were redressing government and preserving the First Amendment by going to an individual's house. I mean, that really supports your whole movement. I mean, you got.
He's making statements, guys. He's not asking questions because he knows I don't
answer questions.
He made a statement, so now he wants to gaslight me, and I'm just not going to answer it. Now, if you want to be a man about
when the video exists of you harassing
I'm the
an
one that made the
individual
video. I'm the one that gave it to him. I don't care. It don't matter to me. I was manipulated. Everybody knows it. It was stupid. But while I was there, I called you out for the liar that you were when you said the guy didn't have a job. You said he wasn't good to his kids.
You didn't call me out.
I listened. It's all on my video. Go back to my video and watch it.
I'm not going to watch anything that you do because everything
of course
that you do
not,
is
because
pointless.
it has you in it. It has the whole thing. It has the whole back and forth of me and you. As a matter of fact,
I said, you and I have a back and forth. Are you thinking of KFAR?
Let me quote what I said.
Are you thinking of KFAR? You might have me confused.
Oh, I didn't know it was him. Oh my God, you got me here. And then I turned around and looked at him, and then I says, while I'm here, I might as well tell you.
Wolvie, you triggered my guy.
I might as well just. That's because I'm on the other side of the room over here, folding clothes.
Wolvie, I'm not KFAR.
Can you?
I'm not KFAR.
Oh, okay. I didn't know who you was. You see what I'm saying?
I'm not KFAR. Okay.
Okay, cool.
Let's clear that air.
Now it's clear. It's clear. I don't know. See, now, what's that tell you?
That tells me that you don't pay attention to nuance, which is why you audit. I really don't care who these
people are. I don't pay attention to their channels. I don't know who they are.
You don't pay attention to
their drama, and I don't respect anything they say.
Okay, so you don't respect. So considering that I am not KFAR, I'm not here to attack you. I'm not here to talk down about you as an individual. I don't fucking know you. Can I at least have a calm conversation and ask a few questions?
Let's just remain civil. Let's try to do that like we do on mine. No need to fight. No need to fight.
I walk over on the other side over here. Here, let me sit back down in front of the phone. Okay. I was trying to fold my clothes with one hand that I have. It's hard. So, and it takes me twice as long as you. So I figured I'd knock out two birds with one stone. Go ahead.
Totally understand where you're coming from. I don't have the affectation that you do, and you know what, man? I give my condolences for the fact that you are dealing with that type of medical affliction, and I hope to God that you can, find some solace in some way, in your life with that. The reason I came up was because I just wanted to get some clarity. So I'm just wondering, what, from an auditing standpoint.
I'm not an auditor.
Okay. What do you define yourself as?
I'm just a redress journalist that documents my redress and protests.
Okay. And when you were with Josh over at KFAR's house, your redress, which generally
that wasn't redress. It was actually just
that's what you stated in the video, though.
Well, it was kind of like it, but it really wasn't, because it wasn't a real right that I was being free since we're speaking, and since nobody's going to put words in my mouth because you just said you wasn't, right? So I know that you're coming in a peaceful capacity. So he says, hey, I need you to stop off. I go over here. I didn't want to. I didn't even know where I was going. I didn't know the person. He said he hasn't seen this person in a long time. He just wanted to say, hi, here's $20 here for gas. And because I wanted to take him home. I was tired. Mm-hmm. I was tired. I was yelling at freaking tyrants all day, man. I was tired. I want to go and take a shower, go to bed and sleep for a couple of days, for the weekend. I've
had rough days like that all week.
It's right there. Newburgh's right there, and blah blah. And so I know the area. It is. It's only like 2 minutes off the expressway. So, boom, I go, and then I come back and I do the turnaround, and I see this guy that looks familiar, and all of a sudden, oh, that's dude. And he's, I forget his name, came for whatever. Man. And then I said, while I'm here, and I said what I said.
Okay. No, I look, like I said, I'm just here to ask questions. So, in your explanation there, you stated that you were tired, you were yelling at tyrants all day. How do you define a tyrant?
Well, I define a tyrant, that has a code of conduct, okay, that is given to him and signed by him and is attached to his oath of office, okay, that says that he will obey all Michigan laws, all right, and 270, 245 MCL says you are not allowed to deface our flag being in duty. All right. Okay. So if me and you want to burn our flag, we can do that. Okay. If I want to put that blue line all the way up by the front of my house, being a police officer. I
understand. We don't need to go into the whole exposition and argue law and stuff.
Okay, you don't need to tell me how to explain myself. Okay, I'm talking for everybody else that don't understand about what we're talking about. Okay. So, the freedom of expression and the freedom to burn the flag is by any means by any person that doesn't have a code of conduct that has to obey all Michigan laws in their code of conduct. Okay, so 750. 245 plainly says they can't do it, and they got them all over their cars. So they're driving under color of law. That's one part. The two part is it's supposed to be 25 in front and 75 in back for a marked car. They got 70, 75 and 80 on both, and they're pulling people over on the 10 on their windows. That's the second thing. The third thing is in 249, I think it's 247.697, something like that, where it says where it is inspectingly necessary, and there's a cause and an effect. There's an exception for people to block the sidewalk, being in his capacity. Okay, speed traps are not in that. Nowhere in the Constitution. So speed control, even traffic controls, it's not in there, because I got another MCL, which I'm not going to get. I'm going to let that out in court, and this one I'm going to win it because it's specific in that area. Okay, so I believe that if you have that blue line on your police car, right, and you are setting the two-tier justice system, that you have to that I have to obey laws that you don't, and you're the sovereign citizen because you have different rights than I do when you go through processing. Okay, so when I look at that, I call that a tyrant. Okay, so when I redress that and they don't want to do nothing about it, and they run that concurrent with me and your rights, okay, as people that haven't taken oaths, that don't have a code of conduct here in the state of Michigan, okay, that's a totally different situation. Or if he was at home, in the privacy of his own home, or on his car, something in ownership that has nothing to do with the department.
Okay, so you've thrown a lot at me. So if you don't mind, just give me some opportunity here to kind of address each of the items, if you don't mind. So the first thing that I did was I just wanted to see what our definition of tyrant is, and see if we can come up with something that would be central to both of us. And I think that the two definitions there are provided: a cruel and oppressive ruler, and a person exercising power or control in a cruel, unreasonable, or arbitrary way. So I think that's pretty much a shortened version of what you believe.
Being arbitrary with the law sounds good to me. Sounds like sounds good to me.
Okay, so let's start with that. All right, so now that we have this idea of what a tyrant is, and we agree on what a tyrant is, looking at the laws that you cited, first and foremost, the blue line flag, the way that it is designed, though it does share in the, the overall design of the stars and stripes and the, the fields, but the coloration is different. Because of the fact that the design is a separate design, a separate coloration with a separate belief structure tied to it on what it stands for, it is its own flag, and thereby not the American flag. It's not being identified as such. It is identified as the blue line flag, not the American flag. The American flag is red, white, and blue. The second thing is when you talk about the tint on the vehicles, yes, there are limitations to what we can have on the roads as drivers. And I know this very well because I used to have a vehicle that was 100% limo tint all the way around, and I'd get tickets all the time for it, right? And I see police with some of their cruisers that have limo tint, and you know what? There's actually a legitimate reason why they need it versus why I need it, okay? And I'm going to tell you right now, I learned a long time ago that my night driving vision sucks, and I don't need limo tint. But what they're going to have in their cars, they're going to have suspects. They're going to have, they may have somebody that's very important. They've got important information like the computer with the CAD. And so being able to protect that, having that tint is something that they will be able to do to protect that information. They are doing their part to protect society by doing so. When it comes to, speed traps and alcohol stops, yes, you're right. That's not in the Constitution. But what is in the Constitution is under the 10th Amendment, which gives the states the rights to draft and create their laws that they can enforce that are not provided by the Constitution. And so it is up to those states. And if there's a trouble that you have where where their law doesn't seem to fit your ideal, such as, they're going to block the sidewalk or something.
As long as they don't
block the sidewalk. Well,
the
hold
Fourth
on.
Amendment. Yeah.
I let you explain. Give me some time.
Well, you interrupted me a few times, but go ahead.
Okay. I was just agreeing with you when I did. I said, okay, yeah, but all right, whatever. The problem that I see with that is if they're performing a duty that is a state law and you don't think that it ties into what they're doing because they are inherently breaking a law that you can't break, well, you have to take into account that they are there to perform a task under the law. And so, yes, they can't just stand there on the sidewalk and just be like, herp derp, I'm not doing anything, I'm just standing here. They would generally have something associated to the task being there. So, yeah, they don't really necessarily have all of these extra special rights. They're still people. They still get tickets for speeding. They still get, you see officers get picked up for drunk driving all the time.
Yeah, well, we do. We see it a lot more.
Impressive power. But this is where I'm going to turn it around on you, Ovi. All right, and I mean this in the most sincere and kind way that I can.
Which, ladies and gentlemen, remember, it's just his opinion.
And you can call it that. It's just,
it is.
I went to college for criminal justice. I studied
law.
So did
I. I got a 3-year degree. I got a paralegal degree. Now what?
Okay, well, fantastic. So you can do law work. So that's going to add into one of my follow-up questions. So the first thing is that you can call the interpretation of law, my opinion, but that still makes you wrong. What makes you more wrong is that you're calling what they're doing arbitrary, but in fact, when you go and film them and, cause them undue problems, you are the one who's acting authoritarian, oppressive, and like a despot by trying to call them out for things that they aren't breaking under the law. It's under your opinion of the law. And so instead of walking around with a camera with a disability, why won't you utilize that opportunity to take your paralegal degree and work, in a paralegal stance?
Well, I'm just going to say this under the 750-245. A place or cause a place, a word, figure, comma, mark, comma, picture, design, drawing, advertisement of any nature upon any flag, standard, color. Okay, done. That now you've just committed a misdemeanor being an officer. Now I'm moving forward. I'm not going to argue this with you.
Well, of course, because you're wrong. I pointed out why it's a separate flag.
That is a constitutional lawyer. Go ask him.
Separate flag. Well,
no.
Across all 50 states.
That's
so if your constitutional lawyer is so good, then why is it still up in all 50 states?
Well, number one, you will never see one put up in the state of Michigan in front of a police station.
Oh, ever. You'll never. Yeah, of course.
You'll
you won't
never
see one. Is it because
those.
The one-armed man with the iPhone wants to go and harass them about it?
See now see, this is where he's calling me out my name. He's gaslighting me.
I'm not gaslighting. If you're doing stupid shit, I'm going to ask you to own it.
And I'm not gonna take that disrespect from you.
Oh, okay, of course.
I'm not talking to you no more because you know what? No, I don't have to take that from you.
Of course, you don't have to take it from me. You should take it from yourself and take ownership of your actions.
He's calling me out my name, dude. All right.
Wolverine
I'm not going to take that
Transparency
shit from him.
is a cranky man with a disability who could get a job and chooses not to, so he could go and harass and gaslight police.
That is your opinion. That is your opinion, and that's what makes you a narcissistic
and
pig.
sit on the internet and call everybody else the projected issues.
That's the same person that is a freaking racist. That's what makes you the same three attributes in a racist.
Why are you mad, my guy?
Ableist, because I'm talking over you, and I want everybody to understand.
Why are you mad, my guy?
I'm going to let this guy right here. You guys listen to him. This guy is a straight up racist. Because an ableist, the three attributes that they share is supremacy, is supporting that supremacy, bias, and prejudice. That is the three things
that's
in hate.
What you do
and that's
when
what
you
I heard him
police,
do.
Wolvie.
That's what I heard him do just now, saying the one-armed handicapped guy with an iPhone. It was everything that he just said. Because I'm louder than you and I can regret you better, this is why you'll never take me on. You'll never win with me.
Wolf, hold up. Both of you. Kick, please. Just for a second. Okay, listen. You guys hollering over top of each other, and really, Wolf, you're hard. I can see you're very hard to talk to because you don't let the point get out. Let's just try this. I'm not picking on you. Don't get me wrong.
You are. You're gaslighting.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. You're doing it right now.
I shut up for 5 minutes.
Do you see?
I timed it.
Hold on. Listen. Just stop for a minute. Okay. Let's do this way. All right. Point, counterpoint. If something is said by the other person, for instance, if Wolf says something, Kick, that you want to respond to, wait, jot it down, make a note of it. Okay. And then when he gets done, and don't bloviate for a long time, guys, because that just gets overwhelming. Right. So then when the other guy comes on, you can bring up the points. Hold on. You can bring up the points that you want to address. I think that'd be a much more civil thing, because what we got going on here, it sounds like two fucking TVs in competing in the rest home. Right. You ever been in the rest home and there's two old people watching two different soap operas and it's full volume? We
can't go back. We can't go back and replay it. Okay. And I'm not going to repeat it. And neither is he, because I'm not going to listen to it. I'm not going to sit there and listen to it because
how can you have a meaningful dialogue if you only want an echo chamber, Wolf? You got to look at both sides of the argument.
He said he countered it, and then he started making fun of me. So you guys heard it.
I don't think he was
Ironton, where are you at, brother? Where are you at? You need to make this a little more partisan. All right.
Yeah, partisan rather than bipartisan,
no, nonpartisan.
Which is what neutrality is.
Where are you at? Where are you at, brother? No, because I'm hearing Sovereign not mention that we already did that. Please don't
No,
insult me,
no.
brother.
It
Just
doesn't
because I got
matter
the
what
back
we
of my head
already did.
blown out doesn't mean.
Wolf, you're doing what so many of them are
No,
doing. It's
Wolvie.
trying
It's
to
not
be
Wolf. I'm Wolvie. I'm Wolvie, bro.
okay, whatever. Sorry, Wolvie. All right. So the thing is this: is stop taking everything as a fucking attack. Okay.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm not taking everything
really.
back. So
And
now I have two of you.
What? No, you
Now I
don't.
have two of you
See,
coming at me.
look it. No, I'm not attacking you in any way. I'm just saying stop taking
I don't
everything.
believe you. I don't believe that.
Well, I don't give a fuck what you believe.
That.
I'm telling you what I'm honestly saying. And if you don't believe that, that's too bad.
Well,
but the reality is,
for you. I'm a grown man. I'm going to say what I'm going to say too. What you
well,
think this is your stream or is this
I understand that. I think that part of your problem might be.
Or is this your stream?
Well, I'll tell you what, it's not yours.
I'm asking you a question. Is this Ironton stream or is it yours?
It's Ironton's, but I don't know where he is right now.
So
until he gets back, it's mine.
Well, I don't want to
until he gets back.
But I hear you being biased, and I guarantee you, when I play this for my people later, they're going to see the same thing.
Then that would mean that your people. That would mean that your people don't listen very well, because what I'm doing is I'm trying to maintain a moniker of neutrality, but because of the fact that if I do say that, and if I bring up any criticism in the way I noticed, Kick didn't get his panties in a wad when I criticized his methods. Okay,
but I'm not.
And I
I'm not
expect you to do the same thing.
No. That is
I
where
expect you
just because
to
I'm
behave
talking
the
over
same
you
way.
doesn't mean my panties are in a wad. That means I'm always like this. I make my.
Well, then maybe that's your problem. Is because you don't
that's
have
your
the ability
that's
to
your perceived problem. You see, that's what you don't understand about me.
You can't have a discussion because you interrupt and overtalk people.
Sure, I can, because if I continue to let you go, you're going to let that slip. You didn't check him on calling me out my name.
Slip? That you do you or do you not?
The guy called me out my name. The one arm.
You just fucking talked over me when I'm telling you about talking over people. That's what I'm talking about.
I don't give a damn about that. I've lost respect for you because you didn't point out the fact that he called me out my name.
You haven't given me a chance to finish a goddamn sentence, Wolfie.
No, you didn't do that. You already had 10 minutes before that, and you didn't do it then. So why are you gonna do it now?
Dude, I sat here for the longest time listening to like I said, it sounded like two television sets fucking competing for volume. Nobody can hear anything that's going on because you're talking over each other.
Okay.
This is what I'm trying to address. You're doing it right the fuck now.
If people want me to go by a quorum, and if they want me to respect that quorum, then first of all, you got to set some bylaws and some rules to it.
Okay, here's the first fucking bylaw. Quit talking over everybody.
I didn't come up here to talk to call you out your name or be displeasant in any way.
Well, then what I'm saying is let's have an actual discussion. Holy shit, you're doing it right now. You're doing it right now. When I stop talking, I stop talking, then it's your turn.
Me, sir. The man, you see the guy that's got his mic muted? He's in control of this, not you. So
well, apparently nobody's in fucking control of it.
You can ask me politely, hey, I'll tell you what, Wolvie, I'm going to say this, if you would allow me to say this, because I heard what he said. Now, if I was in your shoes and if I was talking to a guy like me, this is what I would say. Wolvie, you know what? I kind of get your point, and you're a boisterous person to begin with. I know that you had a tracheometry, which makes you blow out more wind in your air pipe because you got 20 more centimeters of skin over your trach, or where your voice box is, and in the wintertime it makes it more strenuous for me. So you would know that about me. If you knew me, you would know that. So that's why I'm always misunderstood. That's the first point. The second point is that when he called me out my name, nobody came to the aid of that, and it's awfully convenient that Ironton is not speaking right now.
Well, Ironton has barely been able. I haven't been able to get a word in edgewise. Hell,
dude, I watched your mic. It just unmuted like 2 minutes ago.
Right, because there hasn't been a break in the conversation. I'm not trying to overtalk everybody like the rest of you are. I'm not trying to do that. There's no point. All that does is anger.
So you do admit that there is. It's not just me. That's why I asked you to come in.
All that does is anger people, and I don't want to get angry.
Yes, sir.
There's no point in that. I have no reason to be angry.
So you heard the whole conversation, correct?
I wish that we could have a normal conversation like adults without yelling at each other and trying to overtalk each other every few minutes. That's what I wish. If that's not going to be possible, I'd just as soon shut it down and then not have to deal with it myself. To be honest, I don't want to feel like I'm some kind of kindergarten teacher trying to rein people in.
Got
you
you.
know what I mean?
I
ain't trying to be an asshole. I hope you understand that. That's not me.
Okay.
I'm not trying to be an asshole.
Are you an auditor?
Am I an auditor? I am the auditor. I am the auditor.
But no, are you an auditor? Are you in the 1A community or not?
Absolutely.
Okay, cool. All right. So a guy comes up to me, he comes on your panel, asks me about 4 or 5 questions. And then when I said, well, I'm not going to answer his questions, then he said he's going to make statements and turns them into questions anyway. All right. So that's gaslighting. That's using corrosive control to bring me in and disrespect your stream. So instead of letting that happen, I decided to go to the law and read the law. Okay. He responded and we went on to the next. I thought that this guy was just going to go ahead. Hey, we'll agree to disagree and move on because he's already made his point and I made mine. But it didn't happen. What happened, sir, if you go back and rewind, you will hear your dishonored guest down below us, all right, call me out my name. He said the one-armed disabled guy with the iPhone, harassing police officers, that's the way he talked to me.
Wolfie,
and I know if you were on my panel and he come up and said that, I would have checked the dog shit out of him for disrespecting me, let alone you.
Wolfie, do you understand the concept of reductio ad absurdum in arguments?
I don't care about what your inferences or what your definitions of psychodynamics are, bro.
Then it's hard for me to get a straight answer out of you. And all I did was ask a few questions. I'm a little disappointed that you can't be.
I am really disappointed that you are that way because you called me out my name.
I'm disappointed that you can't be open to a discussion and that you have to get your fifis hurt.
Okay, if that's what you call it, that's fine. All I'm doing is sticking up for myself. If I'm not allowed to stick up for myself, you can go fuck yourself.
Well, you're allowed
you take everything. You take every goddamn thing as a fucking attack. That's probably most of your problem.
When you're an ableist.
Well, you know what? Okay, you know what? We're all impressed. You got one arm and you get by with it and everything. Nobody's making
that's an ableist.
That guy have respect for that. And there you go again, talking the fuck over. Remember how we discussed when I finish talking, I'll be done. I'll stop. In fact, I'll say, back to you, Wolfie. How about that? Will that help you? My God. Nobody has been able to get a goddamn word, a whole sentence out before you jump in and you want to play like, oh, people are hurting on me and people are picking on me. My God. He just wanted to ask you some legitimate fucking questions about your stuff. You come on the muscle. I don't answer questions. I think it would be interesting to hear somebody who does the videos about the auditors talk to an actual auditor and answer their questions honestly without getting their goddamn butthole tied up in a knot.
Oh, that has nothing to do with it. Has nothing to do with it. And that's
has everything to fucking do with it.
Brother, that is your description of what just happened. That's not my description.
Everyone, you've ran with your ranting. You ran 30 fucking viewers off.
About 30 seconds ago, and now you're trying to get back at me.
Read the chat. Read the chat, Wolfie.
I don't care about the chat.
Well, that's your problem.
Character. See,
that's your problem. You only see the shit from your standpoint.
Love about me. You know what? You know what they love about me.
I don't. I really don't. I
see bullshit. I call it out, and I'm not going to let you. That's like fighting.
Yeah, but how would you know if it's bullshit, Wolfie? How would you know if it's bullshit if you never look at any other stand? If you never look at any other view, you don't look at nothing else. You only go by what you see, and that's it. You won't let anybody tell you anything.
This guy would not say that to my face.
Hold on, just a quick.
So that's why I have to speak the way I do.
No, it isn't. You speak the way you do because you like to play like you're a fucking victim and you can't handle not being right. Come on.
There we go. Another ableist. Another ableist.
Oh, what other Marxist fucking shit you got too? How about a homophobe? How about that? Right wing. You got any more fucking Marxist labels? You Antifa fucks piss me off, man.
So Wolvie, I just want to
In
ask
the
this.
same
If
sentence, he just become the same thing he just said I was.
if you feel like you can call out bullshit when you see it, why is it that you can't hold yourself accountable to the things that you're doing? Hello?
I would ask you the same thing.
Well, why don't you go ahead and answer the question, and then you can.
Why are you advocating for another man? Sovereign?
I don't know. I'm advocating because I want to hear the answer. I want to hear the answer. That's why.
Well, because well, you know what? I'm not going to give it to you. How
Well,
about
of course
that?
you're not. You don't have one. You can't justify it.
That is your opinion.
No, it's you just said that.
Watch
you
this, guys.
refused to
That's your
answer it.
opinion.
Why?
That's
If
your
you could
opinion.
justify it, wouldn't you? If you could justify it, wouldn't you?
I don't need to justify it. That's the whole
Well,
point.
then why are you here?
Because I'm talking. I thought I was amongst friends.
Well, you are, but you won't let anybody ask you anything. You come off like everybody's challenging you.
Well, no.
You're
this
very,
guy,
you're very aggressive. You're
no,
very
the guy
aggressive.
you're sticking up for is
I'm
is
sticking
the
up for what's right.
gaslighter.
Read the chat, Wolvie. I'm serious,
I
man.
don't want
I'm
to
saying
read
this
the
as a
chat.
friend. I'm saying this as
The
a friend.
chat is full of. Hold up, I'll tell you what. How about if I go live on my channel
And get
come
30
to my
viewers.
channel, watch my chat do the same thing about you?
You'll
Dude.
get
How about
30
that? How about
viewers
we
that
do
will
that?
tell you that you're
My
really
chat will
doing
do the same
30
thing.
30 viewers dropped out during your interrupting, ranting, victim shit.
Oh,
Okay.
no. 30 viewers ran out because they knew that I was being gaslit, and they're telling me not to fall
I'm
for
sure.
it.
Yes, Chille.
They're
That's
telling me
exactly
not to
what.
fall
You
for
know
it.
what? You're just like him. You are just like him.
Oh, no. See, I
okay.
told you guys right in the beginning. Hey, you guys, remember when I said that I was going to be neutral? Now that I'm
You weren't
neutral,
neutral.
You weren't
guys
neutral.
would
You
find a way
called
to
me a
do it.
racist. You have no idea who I am.
You're an ableist, dude, not a racist. You're
You
an
called me
ableist.
a racist.
Ableist.
You
No,
called
that's
me a
the same
thing.
homophobe.
It's
You
You
know
called
what?
me all these
You know what?
names.
You know what I
It's the
do?
equivalent.
I sabotage handicap ramps. You know why? Because it gives me a boner. That's what I do. And I'll
All as well.
crossways across cripple spots at the parking lot just because
glad
I'm an ableist.
This is awesome content. This is awesome content.
Really? You're
Well,
really
yeah,
you're
it's
just a
awesome.
professional fucking victim, Wolfie.
No,
You're a
I'm not-
professional victim, just like Beth
no,
Ritt, just like
Sovereign.
Chille DeCastro. You're no different.
Only because you said so.
Only because, always with a fucking reason. Always got a fucking
because of the
reason, don't you?
Discord you're in.
It's always
only
somebody
because of
else's
the
fault,
Discord
ain't it, Wolfie?
Okay, guys, I've muted everybody's mic, and I want to ask the chat something. Guys, put a 1 in the chat if you want to hear this bullshit continue, or put a 2 in the chat if you want me to put a fucking stop to it, and we'll do something else. What do you all want? Because I don't see anything being accomplished. I hear a bunch of arguing going on, but I don't see anybody bowing out. Nobody wants to, to stop, and nobody wants to back off a little. So we're not going to get to anything. We're not going to settle anything. So, you guys want to continue to watch this dumpster fire burn, or do you want me to stop it? Oh, well, it looks about even so far. I guess people want it to continue. So I'm going to unmute each of the mics, and fuck, I'm going to let you three go right at it. Y'all just go right ahead. Apparently
I've
they
been
like it.
quiet, so if y'all want to fight, y'all fight. I can't.
I ain't wanting to fight with him or anything. I was hoping you'd be able to have an intelligent adult-like debate with somebody from the other side with him. I look at it from both ways. I have to look at it through all different eyes. I look at it through my eyes. I look at it through your eyes, and then I stand out here and I look at it through everybody else's eyes.
And Sovereign, you've earned my respect much more than anybody else that comes, from your ideals. Only because we can have a discussion and not approve of each other's belief systems or our interpretations. And that doesn't mean that we're going to sit here. I'm not going to call you, a whole bunch of names. I can't even think of anything because I don't have any disrespect for you. And so, I can ask you these questions and we can step away, as men and enjoy that. I guess where I'm struggling with this is that I was called a racist. I was called an ableist.
You were called an ableist. You were called an
homophobe.
That is the same thing as a racist.
I was called a number of different vile
That's
things.
all I called you. Wolverine called you an ableist.
Wait.
The same thing as the attributes of a racist. That's all I said. I didn't say anything else to that.
Let me show you how it's done. Wolverine, call me something. Go ahead, call me. What did you say? I wasn't ableist.
I'm good, dude.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm going to show you how to react to it.
I already know who you are, and
okay. Let me tell you what. Let me tell you. This is how I react.
Game, I respect that, dude. Because I already knew you from the beginning.
Okay, good for you. So here's how I respond to that. You're a racist. Okay, cool. So big fucking deal. What do I give a fuck what your interpretation of me is? No, not one little bit. Not a bit. You know what? I also don't give a shit about all the little made up nonsense fucking Marxist words. I don't give a shit about those either because they don't mean anything. Ableist, homophobe, racist. Those are all Marxist made up bullshit. And it doesn't mean anything.
Politics either. I don't either. But I know I know an ableist when I hear one.
Okay, well, good for you. You know, like I said, when nobody's looking, when nobody's
one-arm guy.
You know what else I do? When nobody's looking,
put the one-arm guy in there and to say with an iPhone and the stereotype and the profiling, just like a cop would, just like you would, both y'all police. To me, both y'all police.
You know why you have a problem with police? Do you want to know why you have a problem?
You know these people are police, dude. They're police.
Do you know why you have a problem with the police?
Give me your name and badge number, dude. That's all you got to do.
I know. Do you know why you have a? Do you know why you have a problem with police?
00.
Do you want me to tell you why you have a problem?
Care. You could call it quadruple zero. I wouldn't give a damn.
Right.
Because your opinion don't mean nothing to me.
Well, apparently it does. You wouldn't be getting so riled up about it.
I have two people. I have two people on this panel that I've lost respect for because I listened to him interrupt me a couple times, and then I interrupted him, and then he turned around and said what he had to say, and then I said what I had to say, and then he didn't like when I got to the straight Michigan legislator freaking compiled law where it said color. On a flag.
Nobody has heard a fucking thing except you.
Flag. And I debunked them and you didn't like it. So you're finding a way to come at me and to
dude, you are a paranoid fucking weirdo. I'm telling you right now, you are a paranoid fucking weirdo. Let me tell you why you have a problem with police. Dude. Here's why you have a problem with police. You have a problem with police and other people because you're an asshole.
I don't do any drugs. Okay?
There's no other reason. It's because you're an asshole.
I don't smoke. I don't get high. I am the straightest motherfucker you'll probably ever know.
You probably should smoke a joint and chill the fuck out.
That is your opinion again.
I mean, nobody has heard anyone except you.
No, nobody's going to hear, especially when you're up here crying about, oh, I didn't like his answer and I'm biased and I had to turn around and help my friend because my friend got debunked right in front of me and he has respect for me. So I had to speak for him. I had to speak for another man.
What are you talking about?
That's what you did.
What kind of person? Listen, I don't even know Kick. I've only watched his streams a few times.
He just described your relationship.
Listen, how would you know anything if you never shut your fucking mouth long enough to get any information?
Because I'm way ahead of you, dude.
You're not ahead of anything. You're like Chille. You're like a fucking Roomba on Supercharged. You're like a Roomba.
Relationship.
Just bumping into shit.
He said, when we had our back and forths, we
Terry,
could talk,
kick
we let
this
each other
fucking
talk,
retard out of here.
I did this, I did this, and you just contradicted that. Now, see, that makes you a liar now. Now, Sovereign is a liar. Not only is he a gaslighter, he's a liar, and now we have two police on this stream, on an auditor stream.
Dude, you are a schizophrenic fucking weirdo. You really are. You are out of your motherfucking mind.
Hey, God damn it. Let me fucking say something on my own stream here, all of you. What the fuck happened to us coming together and fucking uniting?
You let that asshole come in here and take over your channel. That's what you did. You let this fucking dick come in.
I've given everybody enough rope to show. Hey, I don't want to be interrupted again by any fucking body. I want to finish what the fuck I'm saying. You'll fucking listen or I'll kick everybody the fuck out of here. Now, everybody take a goddamn breath and relax and listen to Ironton Auditor. What happened to us getting together and uniting Why is it that we're all of a sudden enemies? Why is it that
brought
I
that
hear the word
jack
friend
wagon
thrown
in here.
around real fucking loosely? Why is it that I hear the word enemy thrown around loosely? Why am I hearing the word respect? No respect. What the fuck is going on here? I mean, seriously, what the hell is going on here? I
I
heard in
can
the
answer
beginning
that.
some
I can answer
questions
that
asked.
calmly. I can answer that
No,
calmly.
you can't.
Sure, I can. Now, if you will politely take control of your panel right now,
I
and
just tried that. You're fucking
mute.
over talking me now. I tried
Excuse
that,
me?
and now you're over talking me. What the fuck, man?
Who's over talking you?
You are right now. I
Dude,
hadn't even
I
finished
said I
talking
can
yet. You're
answer
trying
it.
to
You
answer a
fucking
fucking
call.
question.
You asked.
Doing it while he's saying about it.
You just quit.
Right while you're telling him about it, he's fucking doing it, just like he did it to me.
He didn't quit. I just kicked him. Fuck that.
I mean, the dude is just
Yeah,
like
he's very
schizo.
Now everybody understand. I don't hate Wolverine transparency. I watch his channel. I like Wolverine.
Wow.
I want everybody to understand, but I don't know what's going on, man. I can't even get I'm being interrupted here. He's telling me to take control of my stream, and then he's trying to take control while I'm trying to take control. So that's it. I now have control. Anybody out there want to fucking argue with me some more? Anybody want to talk over me? Anybody at all? Who wants it?
He wouldn't.
Damn it. Fuck.
Yeah, I mean, goddamn,
All
that's all that anybody heard was his fucking mouth going on, screaming. Somebody get 2 words in, and he'd get a rah, 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 rah. I'm a victim. Oh, you picked on me. You're an ableist. Marxist word. Rah, rah, rah.
Chad, I'm very sorry about that. I want to apologize. I didn't mean to let all that happen, but everybody else wanted to hear it for a few more minutes, and then after those few minutes, nobody wanted to hear it anymore. So,
and Terry, I just want to tell you,
yes, sir.
You know, I apologize. I wanted to only come up so that way I could ask a few questions, because I know that he went and visited KFAR, and yes, I knew that much, and it was I didn't agree with his approach. And I just wanted to ask some questions about it. Okay, granted, I made a comment about him having one arm and walking around with his iPhone, and he was upset because of that. Okay, fine enough. I'll take that. The problem that I have is I could have made a solid point about it, and that point was that regardless of what his physical issues are, he can still be tyrannical based on the definitions that we agreed upon, and his actions were such. So I did not intend to come up here and start an argument.
It wasn't him.
And some people in the chat, which looks like a few Chille suckers, have said, "Oh, you've earned Kick's respect, blah, 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 like that means fucking anything." Well, yeah, not to you, because I don't know you, and I honestly don't care.
Yeah.
I've talked with you, Terry. We've spent some good time discussing about what auditing really is and how it should be done. And the reality is it's boring. It's not this bullshit that we just had happening.
Right.
And
I do agree with Dark Watch. I probably should have known better. I didn't think first. I honestly thought that we could all be adults and have a conversation, but that didn't work out too well.
No, it didn't. And, I can only hope that one day it doesn't have to be where we can just, we can't ask questions of each other and ask for a couple of simple answers. And I think I said it earlier in the chat, what quantifies an auditor? What is it supposed to be? And you answered that question on my stream. And he can't. So, it's a shame.
I pose that question to you, Kick. What constitutes an auditor? What qualities do you think they should have? What is it that you look for when you decide whether or not someone is an auditor?
And that's one of the hard questions. And the reason I ask it is because when I hear the term auditor, I think of legitimate auditing. People who go into businesses and they cover the books. They look at the security systems. You can have different types of audit. And generally those people have a degree in the field which ties to what specifically they're there to audit. And when you look at these different individuals online who call themselves an auditor, it's hard to determine what an auditor is because there's no centralized definition to what an auditor is based on everybody who claims to be 1A. Oh, I apologize. Oh, it's not me. Okay. I thought you were talking about me, Lady Star. I apologize. My mic was a little low earlier. Anyway, I don't think that the term auditor is appropriate. I think that the term auditor is incorrect. If you're there to film, if you are there to redress government, then it sounds to me like you fit more towards journalistic, a journalistic stance. And so by that, I would say you're not auditors, you're activists and social media activists, if you will. And I think that would be the more appropriate term.
Well, I have to be honest, I don't get a lot of support from the auditor side. I do have a few out there, of course, because not all of them are the same, obviously. What the thing that surprises me, though, is on this channel, I get everybody from everywhere. I get everybody from both sides of the coin, and so many different kinds of communities converge here on Ironton Auditor. And, as far as what's in a name, hell, I don't know. Some people consider me the auditor. Some people don't give a damn if I ever audit again. Most people have never heard of me. And, and when it comes right down to it, it's the name of my channel. It by no means limits me to being a specific person doing a specific thing because somebody out there thinks I'm a protector of the people or something. That I don't have any misguided thoughts that I'm going to be protecting people. There's no way that I'm not some kind of a superhero. My idea is that we could unite, stand shoulder to shoulder and hand in hand and be adults and learn to disagree with certain things and not be upset about that and still be able to agree on those things that make us the United States, those things that we're all looking for, that life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I want. And I think that for the most part, it is starting to happen here on this channel. You're seeing people come from all over the place. Some people are upset about my channel name. Some people aren't. But either way, I got to be honest, I don't really give a shit. As long as they're here, as long as they're willing to talk, and as long as they're willing to come to the table without a fight, then maybe one of these days we can be we the people again. Because I actually believe in that shit. I really do. I believe we the people have all the power. I believe together we'll know everything. I believe together we can accomplish everything. And if everybody helped everybody when they had the opportunity, guess what? None of us would ever need any help. None of us. We'd all have everything we needed. Does that sound stupid? Do I sound like a moron for believing that such things are possible? Or do you believe that there are enough good people left in the world to do that?
You and I have a very similar approach to the world. We have this ideal that we can work together as a community and change things for the benefit of the community, and that's what it's supposed to be at the core of all of this. You and I don't have to have specific ideals that match 100% of the time. And the same thing goes for Sovereign. I know that we have some legal disputes, in that area or, some other areas. I'm not going to touch on because it's not my thing.
Differences of opinion.
Differences of opinion. But that doesn't mean that we can't be, that we can't come together under a specific, simple idea that was provided to us when this country was created, and that was that we are all we're all created equal, that we live in a great country, and that we should work together and not try and fight over this nonsense. I mean, that's really all it is.
You talk about that Chiron going on?
It's just kind of about being mature and taking responsibility for being one of those we the people, isn't it? If
Absolutely.
people would just realize that they are directly responsible for how we as a whole act.
I've got a great example of that here in Virginia. James Madison and Thomas Jefferson, they had very differing opinions, but they were like best friends and corresponded back and forth all the time. And just because to keep proof, you remember those things you could get when you were a kid? If you traced a picture, it would draw a copy of it. It was kind of looked like a little hinge thing. Well, it was invented by Jefferson, and he used one of those for every letter he wrote, so that Madison couldn't come back and say, "You never said that," and he can go, "Yeah, I did on this date." Just like we do on Facebook and all this. You keep your receipts. So there's an example of two people that had very widely differing opinions on a lot of issues, but were still remained best friends. If I'm not mistaken, I believe they both died on July the 4th too, or within a day of each other. It's kind of an interesting thing. I want to apologize to everybody for yelling like I did, but I'm sorry, y'all. I can't stand it when somebody wants to play a professional victim. It's almost like I remember a Monty Python skit that the guy couldn't say anything without this person getting offended by it and saying, "Oh, so now you're an ableist, eh? Oh, okay. Oh, so you're a racist," And it's like got to quantify and label and shit and play like they're being picked on. That's all well and good, but my God, let a motherfucker finish a sentence before you come in. Yeah. I mean, my wife was in the other room and she said, I could not hear anybody say more than 2 words without him going over it. Rah, rah, rah. So that being said, his problem is not the fact that he's disabled. His problem with police is not anything more than it's his problem with interacting with other people. He's an asshole. Well, I mean, I'm sorry. That's just an asshole personality. He might not be able to help it. But if you can't let somebody get no more than 2 words in before you got to come in and start bloviating over top of them over something that's small and anecdotal to the entire point that's trying to be made, you're never going to get anywhere in any kind of discussion or learn anything.
Yeah. If you don't mind, I'd like to just address a comment made in the chat. Dark Watch, I appreciate that. We all want to have these great goals in our lives, and that's fine. I don't feel that it's naive. Granted, I understand almost the hopelessness of people coming together and being decent to each other. All I can say is that if you want to live in a better world, then do your part to make it the world you want to live in. And that's how I try to live. It will never be 100% where I want it to be. I know that. I'm a cog in the great machine. There's 8 billion people on this planet, and I can't control all of it. I can't change all of it. But what I can do is I can try to be that example for, my kids or other people, and try to make the world a better place for me. With that, again, Terry, I apologize. I did not intend for it to go in that direction. I just wanted to get some answers to some questions I had. I will say that I'm disappointed that I could not get some legitimate answers about the false redress that Wolvie claimed on KFAR. I don't support his actions. I don't think that they were appropriate. And I don't think they fit under support of the Constitution.
I need everybody to understand that I'm not sure of that entire story. I have heard through the grapevine about people visiting his home, did not know who it was until tonight. So I want everybody to know that I didn't bring Kick up here because I knew what was going to happen. I brought him up because he asked me to. He wanted to ask some questions. I don't have a problem with him asking questions, but I didn't know the backstory. So I really didn't know what I was getting into before I jumped in. So just so everybody understands, it wasn't an ambush or anything. I didn't know.
No, and that's the thing is I saw this and I saw an opportunity to get some answers from him about it, and unfortunately, I don't think that we'll ever get the answers as to why he did what he did, but it's okay. There's some things in this world that we're not meant to know, and that's okay. So with that, I'll let you guys back to what y'all are doing again. You're both great guys. I'm glad to know you, and I'll talk with you both very soon. Y'all be well.
Appreciate you, Kick. Thank you. Remember, guys, Kick rocks. Don't forget. I remember quite a few months ago when I first got into this. he offered me up on his panel, and I took the opportunity, and him and Tones Overthinks It kind of grilled me, asked me a lot of questions, asked me everything, and I told them everything that they asked. I answered every question. The reason is, first of all, because they asked. I couldn't imagine anybody give a shit what I did or had done. But since they did, I figured I would tell them, and I told them everything and told them the truth. And that's why all those people that make those threats about criminal records and this, that, and the other, yeah, that's why they never come up with anything, because, I told everything. There are no surprises. I am just that simple guy that I was talking about. Thank you, KFAR. There's $1.99. BSBT had Wolverine drive him to my house. Is that broken system, broken trust? Is that what that stands for?
That's what that is.
Okay. Wolvie says he didn't know exactly where he was headed. I believe that's what he said, wasn't it, Sovereign? That he wasn't sure until he got there, or didn't know where he
I
was
don't
going
know.
or something.
I have no idea. All I heard was his grating voice rolling out across this thing. I really found it hard to pay any attention to anything he was trying to say.
Well, you couldn't.
I was hoping to hear, all the truth, because I'll be honest, I don't know what all that truth is, and I don't claim to know.
Well,
And everybody.
Here's a good way would be like, shut your fucking mouth and let somebody ask you some goddamn questions. Let the question finish and then answer it. Not let the guy say, well, let me ask you, I'm a victim and I only got one arm and my dick fell off. Oh, you hate me because I'm dickless. You're a anti-dickite. What the fuck? God damn, everything was out of him was, oh, so you're trying to be this. Oh, you're trying to be that. Quantifying and labeling. You're a cop. Jesus Christ, no wonder he has problems with people in police, because look at the way he acts.
What was he saying about calling him out? His name? What did Kick use his real name? Is that what he was saying? I wasn't. I must have missed it. I didn't hear it. I'm not sure what I'm not sure what that was about. I wish I knew. I couldn't.
He's one of them people that just takes a fucking offense to anything that's said. He's going to find something to be offended by no matter what is said, so that he can bitch and complain and be a victim. I mean, that's an easy pattern. I've seen that 100 times. This guy, that's all he did on here. That's all he did on here. He didn't talk anything about what he's trying to do. He didn't talk anything about the audit. He didn't talk anything about the video. All he did was sit up here and talk about everybody's making him a victim. Now everybody's picking on him because I didn't jump kick shit for something I didn't even hear. Yep. Wow. Just like Chille, right there in the same fucking pot. We're going to start up a Chille pot. That's what we need to do.
Well, I'm sorry, everybody. I'm sorry.
A little bit of Bactress, a little bit of Wolverine in there, and then some Chille, and you got a fucking stew of trouble right there.
I'm sorry to everybody out there for it happening quite like that. By the end, I'm sorry that I got angry there at the end. The only reason I did is because he was wanting me to take control of my stream, and I tried that, and then he started talking over me too, and I didn't see any way to rectify it. So, I did what I did, and he may be upset with me. I hope it ain't too bad. I hope he understands why. And hopefully he doesn't hate me. If he does, we'll deal with that, I guess, however we have to. I don't hate him. I was a little angry. I was a little angry, but, I forgive quick. It's nothing. I don't have any grudge I have to hold against Wolvie or anything. He's a very passionate guy. I get it. For some reason, he felt personally attacked, and I'm not sure why, but if I knew all of that whole backstory, maybe I would understand more, but I didn't. I don't.
My issues with him have nothing to do with what he does as far as his auditing or his channel or whatever the fuck he's doing. I don't have any issue with that. My issue with him is the fact that he's one of these people that he's going to find a confrontation in everything that is said, in anything that is done. He's going to try to find the confrontation in there and play a victim. It doesn't matter what it is. I mean, right off the bat, for some reason, I became an ableist and some other fucking Marxist made up words. And, wow, I have no time for people that act that way. None whatsoever. Those are not adults. Those are bratty little girls. They're acting like bratty little girls. And I don't deal with it.
He's wanting a link to come back up. You think I should let him come back up?
No, fuck no. You lost viewers last time he was up here. But that's up to you.
You don't think we can keep it civil a second time around?
Listen, I can keep it civil if I can get a sentence out. If
Okay.
I can finish a sentence, you know, and I'll even be good enough to say, I'm done now, Wolfie. You can talk. I mean, I'll do that if need be.
Okay. I want everybody to have their say. I don't want anybody to feel like they're being attacked or can't say what they want, you know, and can't get their feelings out. I just don't want us all to be screaming over each other while we're doing it.
That can be avoided by not talking over motherfuckers. That's for sure.
Hello, Wolfie. How you doing? Hopefully you're not too pissed off at me, I hope.
Hello, audio. Anybody
Hello,
hear me?
you there? Can you hear me?
Something wrong with my shit? Audio. Hello.
Can you not hear us?
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Audio.
We cannot hear you.
Here it is. All right. Can you hear me?
Hello.
We
can hear you.
For some reason, it's stupid. I'm having technical issues.
I can hear you.
We hear you.
Yeah, I hear him fine. I'm not sure what's happening there. Apparently, he can't hear us.
All right, I got it.
Something else playing through the speakers, right?
Can you hear us now?
Yeah. I had to take care of that other issue in the background. So
awesome. Welcome back, and I hope you're not too awful pissed off at me.
I wasn't pissed to begin with. I'm on a entirely different system now, where I have a mic that is 2 inches from my mouth, so I don't have to yell into a phone. So anyway, because my phone, when I set it, it's a minimum of 5 feet away from me. So now this earpiece is connected to my ear that's going to my mouth, so I shouldn't be raising my voice at all. So first of all, I'd like to address something, if you don't mind.
No, I don't mind a bit, man. Go right ahead. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. So I understand how heated battles get, and that's why I'm recording it. I'm screen recording this, because if you was to go back and listen, you would hear Kick explain to me, look, I'm not K-Far, dude, because I thought it was him while I was folding clothes on the other side of the room. So I had to actually come back over here and realize who I was talking to. That was the first misunderstanding. The second misunderstanding was when I told him that I didn't want to answer questions anymore because I knew what it's going to turn into, because I'm not stupid. I'm not going to just sit up here and be a cricket while somebody's talking about me. All right. So, and I'm not going to rage quit either. All right. And I watched that happen as well. So as I was speaking and identifying what happened there, all right, old boy said, okay, why don't you just tell me why you went over to old boy's house? Why do you think that's okay to go to old boy's house? Something in that manner. Okay. And I turned around and I said, didn't I tell you I wasn't going to answer questions? Listen, y'all, see what this is turning into? See, now I got to come out and do this. So now I says, okay. So I answered the question and I told him, you know, I didn't know who it was. I explained to him how I got manipulated into it. I personally am against going to people's homes. If you come on my street like that, my neighbors are going to come out and you might get shot. Okay, that's just a flat out fact, because a year ago I got threatened a lot and we had to take care of that. So I got 11 of my neighbors on my street, including a court officer, all right, on my street, that will come out in my defense, because, you know, cops don't come when they're called. If somebody was to call the cops, I don't call the cops, but if somebody was to call the cops, they don't come. So we protect ourselves. All right. And they're Second Amendment upholders. All right. So as we begin to get into that conversation with old boy in Livonia, as I was explaining it to you, he turned around and was counter-reacting what I was saying. And then he said, okay, why can't we, you know, why can't you just answer the question? Paraphrasing it. Okay, all right, I will. Tell me what your opinion of a tyrant is. Is this? Here's my opinion. Is this it? I say, yeah. I took one word out of the paragraph that he said, arbitrary. That's good enough to me. That explains a tyrant to me, because they arbitrarily enforce the law. Okay. That's when they violate your rights, is when they're arbitrarily making up their own laws, gaslighting you, using corrosive control, just like what happened here. And I'm going to use this as a perfect example to my subscribers of what happens and how things get turned around when you have biased people that are not willing to say, call out the person that started it when they're calmly speaking to you. You sound like Joel Osteen sitting here, speaking with this very calm voice, but at the same time, you're telling me to go fuck myself. Okay. Which is disrespectful to me, because I didn't disrespect that guy. I didn't call him that guy out his name. Okay. So when he did say what he had to say, it turned into, oh, well, okay, Wolvie, what you're saying about the flag, it's in a commercial use and it's not the same flag. And then I went back to the MCL and I debunked them with one word in there. Okay. The direction of any flag, right? And it says color. I used that and I debunked what he said immediately, and he got mad at me. And he started to go into other, calmly speaking, he started going to other descriptions. Well, maybe if you wouldn't, see it that way, and maybe if you wasn't a one-arm handicap guy with the iPhone. Well, wait a minute. He just profiled me. That's what cops do. That's why I redress them.
Everybody profiles. It's not just cops. Everybody profiles. Don't go. No, don't go there. No, don't go there.
Are you my boss?
Yes, I am your boss.
Okay,
now
so
sit in the corner and
Ironton auditor, are you going to allow him to speak to me like that? So I'm going to go ahead and drop down. I'm not going to get insulted no more. All right, that's how that happened to begin with.
Hold on. You mean to tell me that because I disagree with you that only cops profile, that everybody profiles, that is somehow an attack on you?
No,
that's very chillistic of you.
I asked you if you were my boss, and you said yes.
Well, of course I said yes. What an asinine fucking question.
Okay,
of course I'm not your fucking boss, you dumb shit.
Me. Okay, there you go. Keep cop-splaining me. Anyway, that's my point. When people act like that, they're biased, bro. I'm not anti-cop, but I'm anti-bad cop. So that tells you that I have the only bias that I have is towards their bias. My bias is towards their bias. So when a person speaks, hold up, don't interrupt me. So when a person is speaking, right, and then we turn around and it's turned at the beginning, you start off. Sovereign stalls out. He starts off and says, "Oh, I go after and I make fun of these guys." And he says, like Mitten State, I like, and this other guy, but those rest of those guys, I go off on them. I let it be happen. Okay, hold up. I understand you don't care. I understand that. But the point I'm making to you is you were showing me your bias as soon as old boy come up. That's when I went over there and started folding my clothes. I'm like,
you apparently don't know much about me, Wolvie, because I don't have a bias. I don't have a bias. My bias was to someone speaking calmly and someone over talking the person who's trying to talk to you. And this has been demonstrated by you over and over and over again. Now, am I to understand that this big argument and shit started out over something to do with a fucking flag, and it's elevated to this over a piece of fucking cloth? Are you shitting me?
Negative.
Well, here's my question. Let's say that tomorrow, for some reason, we the people come together and we decide that we don't want them to fly that fucking blue line flag anymore, and they take it out of every single piece of government that it exists in tomorrow. The day after, is the tyranny gone?
Symbolism over substance has been the problem for a long time. It doesn't matter. It's a piece of goddamn cloth. Nobody cares. Even the one that hangs over the White House. It's just a piece of fucking cloth. It's nothing. People get up and pray to that stupid shit. It's an object. Okay. Nobody fucking cares. It doesn't mean what it used to mean anyway. So what are we fighting about? What are we doing?
I'm not fighting against nobody. Actually, if I would have had my headset on to begin with, it wouldn't have been so loud. It would be like it is right now, because I am still in the same stance as I was before. It's just that I'm speaking directly into a mic. That's the difference. And when you're 5 feet away from a phone, it always sounds loud. You always think that you're not going to be loud enough. You know, I'm serious. The desk in front of me is 5 feet away from where I'm sitting. I don't have a chair. I don't have, I'm doing renovations. I have been for the last year and a half in that room over there. And I'm trying to make my wife's desk and our desk parallel with each other. All right. And hook it up really nice. I'm putting a lot of money into it, and it's taking time because, you know, you can't just pull money out of your ass. You got to save your nickels, and you do it slowly. And, you know, sometimes it takes a year, sometimes it takes 3 years. But at the end of it, it's going to be nice, and I'll be able to set up my all my electronics the way they're supposed to. Now, listen, again, Ironton Auditor, I apologize if you took that wrong, but you got to understand, I'm voice recording this as a receipt on what happened, and I got gaslit a little bit. Okay. And I'll point that out later. And this is where people want me to take a side. No, listen to me. People always want me to take a side. And just because I don't take a side, now they're going to nitpick me in my mishaps. I am not going to talk against Chille just because you guys hate his guts. I don't hate him. I don't hate him.
Nobody told you to.
My brother, Sovereign.
Nobody told you to.
You compared me to him earlier.
Because you're displaying very many traits that he displays. The talking over people, the inability to accept any type of criticism whatsoever, the enragement over being told that you may be wrong on certain issues. Those are very common traits that he has as well. And these are some of the things that we look at that are, this does not make a good, I don't know, agent of change or whatever the hell else you want to call it. It doesn't.
I get it.
You know, you gotta look at it from that standpoint right there. That it's, you're too worried about your feelings. You're too worried about what some other motherfucker might say.
You know,
I don't give a shit what anybody says at all. Everybody in this chat or in the whole fucking internet could say whatever the fuck they want about me, and I don't care. Okay? That's how you got to do with this shit. You notice Chille can't get a fucking thought out of his head because he's responding to the chat because he's so goddamn worried about what someone else might think about him.
I don't care about Chille and what he thinks. I don't care about your beef with Chille. I don't care what Chille thinks about you. I'm the judge of my own character. I don't even know that cat.
Might want to
I don't even know that cat. Okay. As a matter of fact, I don't even know if I want to know some of you people now.
So you don't gauge your behavior. You don't gauge your behavior by the reaction that it causes in other people. You just figure if they don't tolerate your behavior, that they're against you. And then it's appropriate to make up all kinds of Marxist little fucking labels to put on them. What the hell was that?
Hold up.
Where the fuck did you get that I was an ableist?
Well, because
what is an ableist? What the fuck is that?
See, right there. Okay, stop a second. If you're going to ask a question, you got to shut the fuck up and let a guy talk.
All right. Well, there you go. You got a couple of them to load in your bowl. You got a couple to load in the bowl. How the fuck am I an ableist? And what the fuck is an ableist in this definition of a made up fucking word?
It's not a definition made up word.
It is.
Listen. The word listen's a made-up word. Every word that's coming out in the English language. Do you think the English language was the first language?
You know nothing of etymology. That's apparent. That's absolutely apparent. It's not made up. It's not made up. It has roots. You know nothing about etymology.
Excuse me. Let me finish my thought, okay? My thought is this. It didn't start off the communication. You or I was not here to confirm any of this. I'm only 52 years old. You're probably what, 60? How old are you? So you've been on this earth less than 100 years. Let's just put it that way. You don't know shit. The only thing you know is what somebody else wrote down. You were going off. I am going off the psychodynamics of learned behavior. What I see in my judge of character is that when people display certain dynamics, okay, it's learned behavior and it continues to run the cycle. That's why they call it the psychodynamics. There's the cycle of words. There's the cycle of actions. There's the cycle of infinity. Okay. So when we look at things and we put a definition on it, sometimes we're creating our own definition by our own words, because it don't mean nothing.
Can I ask you this though? I mean, have you really taken the time to assimilate that entire concept? You know, no. I mean, it's the actual.
I have. I have, because
Yeah.
for a point of clarification, there is no justification for the situation. So you have to move on to the next step, was the reality of speaking. If you're going to speak in the present, if we speak in the past, we would still be arguing. Now we're having a conversation back and forth. So
Right.
I'm not going to go. That was the cycle of dynamics that just played out. I'm a good person and I will give you your due diligence just like anybody else. But I'm not going to allow somebody to come up with bad intentions and call me out my name, especially when Ironton Auditor is supposed to be with the 1A community. There ain't no way there ain't no way that any of these guys that are auditors that love me, any of my Michigan brothers, would have never let that happen on their stream, because they know that I'm not going to. I'm not going to disrespect.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
I'm a Michigan brother.
Apparently, I am being challenged right here on my own channel, so I will address this one. First of all, I'm not as rude as most other people, so I don't interrupt a whole lot. If you are screaming at each other, there's really not much I can do. You've seen a couple times when I tried to break in, it doesn't work. I have to like get mad and scream and shit. I don't want to do that. Right. Secondly, I will not be pigeonholed by anyone. I will not be pigeonholed by anyone to tell me who I am, what I am, and who has to be my motherfucking friends, and who I have to look out for and who I don't. I look out for everybody.
So you're the judge of your own character. I get it. That's what I said. Yeah.
But what I'm trying to say is, when people say, well, you're in the 1A community. Yes, I am. But that does not mean I'll defend all actions of all 1A members.
I didn't do anything. If you go back, why don't you go back and watch your stream, bro? Because right now, what's happening to you, in my opinion, what's happening to you is you're finding something out. If you wasn't paying attention, you're finding something out, that there is a little bias. You're going to see the bias come played out in the dynamics of the behavior that was displayed. All right.
There's bias everywhere.
Exactly.
I'm even biased to the.
So when you put fighting words behind that, there was fighting words put behind it.
Oh my
God.
Okay,
but here's the problem. When you allow words to control,
I'm not allowing it. I'm not allowing that. You did.
I allowed it. How the hell did I allow you to get pissed off? I don't.
No,
control your
I wasn't pissed off. I just defended myself.
Wolvie, let me ask you something. Can I please ask you something? Okay, let me get this straight. You got bent because somebody used your name. Now, I'm not. Is your name a secret or something, or is it? I mean, are you wanted?
No.
Well, then what was the problem with that?
No. What are you talking about?
What is the problem with that?
With somebody calling
me, why would that bend you?
A handicapped one-arm guy that's a disrupting the police. I didn't call him a bootlicking piece of shit when I come up here, did I? No,
now you did.
All right, but that's what he is. Though.
Now you're even.
We're even.
Both of you have hurt feelings.
But I did not want to do that. I didn't want to go there. I don't want to. I don't know that man. Right. I don't know him.
Right. I think, Wolvie, what you need to do really is you need to thicken your skin a little bit.
Brother,
I really do. I think you get really offended very easily, and you need to not do that, man. That's going to get you into trouble. Listen, I get people. You got
come on my channel and do that. Come on my channel and do that.
Hold on. I'll give you a cue when I'm done. I'll give you the cue. Okay, wait for it. So as I was saying, I've seen people in here in the chat, and there's people in there that have said some reprehensibly mean things about me. And you know what? I don't fucking care. I usually laugh about it, and it doesn't bother me. So why do you get so offended over? You seem to be offended over everything. You know, I mean, I've had people. I understand that with your arm, that's something you can't help.
Bringing that up.
I know.
Why don't you leave my arm out of your mouth?
Well, because you brought it up now several times, Wolfie.
I'm asking you,
and I am telling you, I'm siding with you right now, asshole. I'm siding with you.
There you go. There you go. Then leave it be.
Okay. So,
why you want to have the last word? Why can't you
know that I know that it's something that you have no control over. And I didn't hear the comment. Shut the fuck up for a minute.
He's wanting to keep it going. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, as I said, I did not
let it go. Stop. Leave my arm out of your mouth. Stop talking about my arm. I'll tell you what. Let's talk about the blue sky. Let's talk about the people you hate. Let's talk about everybody else. But Wolfie, you don't got to talk about me. I didn't come up here to get psychoanalyzed.
Hey, hold on a second. See, I was siding with you on that. I didn't hear the remark. I didn't hear it. Okay. I was doing something else. I was probably taking a piss. Okay. And if you were offended by that, then you're a man enough to take up on your own. I see that. That's cool. Okay. But that being said, it seems like regardless of that or any other remark, it's like you want to play like somebody's against you or something like that. If you've watched my channel at all, and know what kind of values I espouse, you would see that I am primarily a lot on the side of the auditors, except for when they're being dickheads. Okay. And I'm very fair with that. I am a volunteerist. I don't agree with government. You know, these are my views. Right. Okay. That being said, that's why Kick and we have completely different views, but he and I could hang out and go fishing together. Exactly. And not have to hate on each other.
But
all right.
You said
now,
you didn't know him.
In the chat, I've had people say that I'm an old looking motherfucker ready to die and all kinds of other shit. And why don't I just go ahead and go kill myself and shit? Right. Right. Now, my age and things is something I can't do anything about. Does that bother me that someone of little character would say something like that at all? No, of course not. Why? Because I have thick skin. I'm an adult. I have a mature mind, and I'm able to filter shit like that out and go, what the fuck, who cares? Okay. Learn to do that, and you'll probably get by a lot smoother.
I get by fine. I get by fine. And you know,
apparently not. Apparently you don't.
That's your opinion, and you're entitled to it. And
it's obvious.
All is well. All is well. You know, I see it different. I see that I spoke up for myself when I needed to speak up for myself because nobody else is going to speak up for me. You sure as hell ain't going to speak up.
Would you like us all to feel sorry for you about something? Well, then shut the fuck up about it.
That's my whole point. That's my whole point. So you're going to continue to disrespect me. Why do you want to disrespect? Okay, forget about all that. Why do you want to disrespect Wolfie?
I'm not disrespecting. You're not generating. Respect is earned. You've not earned any fucking respect.
Who are you to tell me to respect you? You got to earn.
I don't give a fuck if you. I don't
give
a fuck if you respect me.
So
I don't care.
So now replay back what you said.
Your opinion of me.
Mirror and talk to yourself.
Your opinion of me doesn't fucking matter. Okay, I don't care. My opinion of you apparently does matter. Okay. That's what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking about. You see, you let the shit get to you.
I'm not going to sit here and be psychoanalyzed. So
well, then don't. You're free. Nobody's holding you here.
If this dude wants to sit here and talk about Wolfie's obviously taking up space in his mind because I've forgot about it. I've been trying.
You're taking up space on the fucking screen.
I've been trying. Yeah, but see, I can do that though.
I'm
a guest up here. So, I mean, what's the problem? All right. Anyway, Ironton Auditor, the whole point that I'm making to you, Terry, is that when you said and you asked that question, why can't people just get along? Why does this happen? And then I says, do you mind if I chime in on that? Okay. I recorded that now. All right. Go back and listen to that. You allowed me to speak, and then you said, wait a minute, you're talking over me now. That wasn't the truth. Not at that time. Not at that time at all.
What are you here to prove, man?
Right
what
now?
are you here to prove?
Right now?
I mean, do you feel like you need to prove something tonight? Because if so, I want you to get to your point and prove it so that we can just put this shit to bed and we can go back to doing something else. Because I'm tired of fucking arguing, man. I don't give two shits about none of this. I'll be honest. I don't fucking care. Well, apparently you do because you're here making a point. So please make it.
Bro, did you hear what I just said?
Are you done then? Is a point made? Are we done with it?
Yeah, that point's made, brother. Are we good?
Okay. All right.
Can we
I didn't
go on
have
something else?
Anyway. Absolutely. Okay, I didn't have aught against you anyway.
All right, brother. There we go. Let's move on to something else. Happy Halloween, everybody.
So everybody make sure that you go check out the fundraiser page for AZ Jeepgirl. And if you are able, please send her a little love that way. She has a dog rescue, and that's what that goes for. She's a very nice lady. It helps a lot of sick and injured animals and animals that don't have another home. She does rescues, so please help her out with that. Let's take what Chille wanted to turn into a negative and fuck it all up. Let's turn that into a positive. You know, we've already gotten, let's see, we refresh the page here and I'll be able to give you an amount. It's up to $925 now. So it's went up, a great deal since we've been on here. And I would like for other auditors and auditor haters and everybody else out there to converge, and help the lady out. I can't believe that those people went trying to defame her and her, her animal rescue. That's deplorable, and it shouldn't happen, and it's ridiculous. And it all comes from a guy who goes around and talks about how that shit's bad to do it to people. You shouldn't defame people, and then here him and his people are actually doing what they're accusing others having done. And I think it's probably the biggest load of horse shit I've ever heard of. And I know Sovereign agrees with me. It's the biggest load of fucking hypocrisy anybody's ever fucking heard of. We tend to keep proving that Chille is nothing but full of shit. So I guess we've gone on now for quite a fucking while. We're at about 11:30 p.m. where I'm at, 20 after actually. And
4 hours and 20 minutes. That's a bowl. That's a bowl, babe.
Right. Well, we've been on here quite a bit. I have a niece here who I haven't seen for a while, and I've been putting her off because this show ran on so long. I have to go spend time with my family, guys. I love each and every one of you. Don't forget that. That includes the panel members, the ones that were here earlier, the ones that are here now. And again, Wolvie, I hope you understand, I didn't know the backstory. I didn't know what was about to happen. When Kit came on, I wasn't aware. So I wasn't trying to ambush you or put you in, back you into a corner. Man. That was not the intention. I didn't know. He just asked to come up to ask some questions. And I thought, hell, why not? So anyway, guys, y'all have yourselves a wonderful evening, and Ironton Auditor out, and we'll catch you on the next run.
Peace, y'all. Happy Halloween, man.